And we are now live. Good afternoon, my minions, henchmen, interns, and employees. Welcome back to Masquerade Industries. As per always and forever, I am your fearsome and fantastic host, Mal Damask, CEO of Masquerade Industries, professional supervillain, and currently sitting at an EMA level of 8. If you're wondering what that is, well, I'll certainly deign to surprise you when the time comes, but for now, I'm very excited for today. First, I would like to simply just say hello. Good to see you all, especially you, Jag, my wonderful minion, and you are the Snake, whom I've just been informed it's your birthday today. So, happy birthday, you lovely noodle. Now, today is going to be a bit of a special day. Just one moment, I seem to have forgotten to grab something. But today, I wanted to do something that's a little bit of a, well, let's call it a sort of belated celebratory milestone for reaching affiliate a while back. Hello, Steve, good to see you. You see, today I felt like it would be nice to talk about one of my biggest inspirations for becoming a villain. Or rather, becoming a corporate villain, as it were. After all, those are a different set of teeth entirely. But I would like to to give you this sort of insight in what made me who I am. And what better way to do so than to talk about one of my favorite television series. Which, bugger me, I am trying to find the image. I should have grabbed this beforehand, but I completely forgot. Where did this get saved under? Well, while I quickly figure this one out, simply I'll ask I hope all of you are doing well. And that you're having a very wonderful day. There it is. Enjoying the weekend and whatnot, I hope. Or at least the start of it. There we go! Oh! Exploded there in the image for a moment. One moment. Embrace the slow. That's very good. Alright, there we are. We're gonna slap this poster right here. There we go. We are going to... I'm going to talk about... The Venture Brothers! This, my dear friends, is my favorite television show of all time. If not, like, just animation, just in general. I fucking love Venture Brothers. Those of you who do not know what the Venture Brother is, and are just simply looking at this saying, what the hell is this guy talking about? Venture Brothers is an adult animated cartoon series made by Jackson Public and Doc Hammer for Cartoon Network's Adult Swim. It is a show about the Venture Brothers, or rather, started as a framing device around these two goofus and gallants right here, Dean and Hank Venture, which Dean being this little brown-haired one on the right, and the blonde toe-headed kid on the left. Their father, Dr. Thaddeus Rusty Venture, and their absolutely legendary bodyguard, Brock Sampson. The best way I can describe the ethos of this show is take all of those, like, dime store adventure novels and, like, Hanna-Barbera legendary shows of the past, like Johnny Quest, Deep Station 9, the Josie and the Pussycats, all that kind of stuff, the Harvey Boys, and take that idea of what happens when those kids grow up. How fucked up do you think their lives must be? With Rusty Venture himself, this a pinnacle of absolute patheticness, being a retired boy adventurer, son of legendary jackass Dr. Jonas Venture, who went on to inherit his father's empire after dear old died, and had to deal with the whole aspects of, running a business, dealing with all the bullshit that comes with all that kind of stuff, being the super science game in a world that no longer gives a shit about super violence. Oh yes, I'm surprised you haven't noticed my teeth. Last stream I debuted a couple of new ones, so I'll be showing some fangs a little while. But I'd say one of the things that drew me most to the show is its application of supervillains. Namely, how there are, it's the idea of, take your costume villains, your Legions of Dooms, your Cobras, your Secret Snake Societies, your whatever kind of, men in scuba gear. And you gotta be there's gotta be some kind of organization to them and all that. There's gotta be at least some kind of modicum of figuring them out. So, in this case, we have villain organizations, primarily the Guild of Calamitous Intent, which is a sort of, for lack of a better term, a supervillain union run by run by a secret council of 13 and a sovereign. All these villains are basically the ones who organize everything, and they're the ones who are we dictate the rules of this is how costumed aggression works. They are the antagonist relations. They have their rules. They are the ones who determine what goes and how things are handled. They make sure that the right villain is paired with the right superhero or the right super scientist and all that stuff. You can't have a mismatched team, a mismatched pairing. You're not going to fit freaking Jimmy Olsen against General Zod. And the guild exists as this sort of checks and balances system, which I love because it's just so stupid. It's villain bureaucracy. These are bad guys in costumes with ray guns and goofy outfits. You get your men dressed up as a flying octopus and tell them you gotta sign this paperwork in order to properly fight your costumed opponent and all that kind of nonsense. And I adore it as much I adore the villains. So, today, as a sort of fun tier list, let's step out of my office and go onto the factory floor, shall we? Where am I? There we are. We are going to do a tier list of every single villain, or at least every single registered costumed supervillain that is either part of the Guild of Calamitous Intent or an affiliate organization like the Peril Partnership, the Fraternity of Torment, Arch, all that kind of stuff. But is it going to do Warhammer? Oh no! If I'm going to do Warhammer, I'm going to be absolutely going insane if I have to describe Warhammer villains, because there's way too much. No, we're going to have more fun, because there's a lot of bonkers villains in the Venture Brothers universe. As you can see right here, ranging from, a good chunk of them are parody. Hi, Edgy, good to see you. You'll see them when you see them. Some of them are more brazen parodies than others, because the entire show and ethos of Venture Brothers is an in-joke between, Chris McCullough and Doc Hammer basically sitting in a coffee shop laughing at each other about, stupid kind of really geeky in-jokes. And oh god, I love the Venture Brothers so much. So we are going to be going from villains, starting with the bottom F tier. These are your loser villains, the idiots, the worst of the worst, not even good villains, terrible at their jobs, should barely even register for that kind of stuff. D tier, which is more dumb hooligan, which is a villain that is, they're kind of better, but they're just kind of, they don't really leave much of an impact. Not very interesting in that matter. C tier, we have mid-menaces. These are more threatening villains that are, like, at least, like, they're C-lister villains. You know, they're the ones that kind of, like, get the job done, but you're not really going to talk much about them. B is better baddies, talking about more, like, significantly threatening villains and all that kind of stuff. Like, more ones that have more impact. A, amazing villainy, some of the better villains of the show, some ones I have the most fun talking about, ones that I'll come back to, think about often. And S tier for supreme evil. These are the greatest villains of them all. They are some of the best of the best. Yeah, of course I had fun with these names. What's the point of being a villain if you're not going to have fun with the names, after all? Oh, boy. Right. So, to start off, I'm going to quickly shift and change the music because we need something a bit more fitting. So, let's get this playlist going of... There we go! Started properly with the Venture Brothers theme. So first off, we're gonna go through the villains of the Guild of Calamitous Intent, the main villain organization that we've seen throughout the entire series. They are the ones who, like, command everything. They, like, oh, also, I will say, I am probably gonna spoil the hell out of this series, although there's one thing I will not talk about, the movie Radiant is the Blood of the Baboon Heart, because I don't think we have enough time to discuss that movie, and it would not make sense to anybody who has not seen the series, so... let me just adjust the volume a little bit. Those horns are a little bit louder than expected. There we go. Alright, there we go. Now, to start off, we're going to cover the, again, the Guild of Calamitous Intent. Yes, we are doing this in alphabetical order with the one exception of the guild leadership. So, we're going to get to them when we get to them, but starting off, we're going to cover the leader of the guild, or at least its initial leader that we have seen throughout the majority of the series, the Sovereign. The Sovereign is the mysterious leader of the Guild of Calamitous Intent, who is responsible for commanding its Council of 13. The 13 mysterious supervillains who run the council. He's technically... Councilman 13 of a guild of 12 other supervillains. But yeah, look at this. Like, this is the image that we see him as every single time. It's this warping face on a television screen. We barely see him the majority of the time. He's a mysterious and kind of an unsettling figure. With one particular thing. One thing I'm kind of bearing the lead on that I'm not going to just keep much longer. But, like, this is, like he is, like, the top of the villain, sphere. But there is one other detail about him that, like, again, with the absurdity that is Venture Brothers. Let me just quickly change the image for him. Whoops. The Sovereign is David Bowie. No, I am not making this shit up. The Sovereign is real-world rock star legend David Bowie, the Thin White Duke, the man who sold the world. He's David Bowie. He is, in-universe, he is an all-powerful shapeshifter who is capable of transforming into quite literally anything and everyone. Some examples that we've seen him, like, transform into is, like, he's turned into, he's very often, like, turned into an eagle, turned into, other characters. He briefly turned into a fake reality version of Dr. Venture from the future as a one-off joke. Turned into other supervillains, in brief flashes. Turned into a single cigarette inside of a pack of cigarettes. Virtually indestructible. He is just a genuine legend. And also just very, like, again, it's funny because they play up this entire mystery of, like, who's the Sovereign. And he shows up in one episode as, like, hello, I'm David Bowie. And, of course, unfortunately, not played by the real David Bowie. But, no, the Sovereign is David Bowie. He is the leader of costume supervillains, which... To go into the guild a little bit more, a big running theme with a lot of guild villains is that a good chunk of them are former celebrities or musicians. Oh, thank you for the follow, Yua. I deeply appreciate it. Welcome to the company. Let's move that right here to the center. He commands, like, just to go into more deletions, like, going further, yeah, it really leans into the David Bowie-ness of them all. His elite squadron of, like, killer attack robot dogs are called the Diamond Dogs. You know, based off of the David Bowie Diamond Dog album. um, Yeah, like, he's also, like, just as a villain, he's got his fingers involved in just about, like, a good chunk of plots throughout the majority of the series. Like, we even hear about him as far as Season 1, when he hired professional hitwoman and notable communist notable communist mercenary Molotov Cocktease. Yes, I know her name. If you want to know more about her, look her up. He hired her to steal a rare panda from notable amusement park magnate Roy Brisby. He was involved in the major event known as the Battle of Cremation Creek, in which future villain I'll be talking about was responsible for attempting to take over the guild, with him being assassinated. He commands other iconic other musicians as supervillains, including Iggy Pop, Klaus Nomi, and Iman, just for the we'll get into those later. And also, like, he's responsible for, like, so much shit. A very major event that happened is that was known as the Pyramid Wars, which, okay, going back a little bit, so, like, the guild are the main villain group, right? The main hero group, or quote-unquote hero group, is a G.I. Joe parody organization called the OSI, the Office of Secret Intelligence. And the guild has been, like, secretly undermining the OSI for, like, centuries. They've been around since 1910. But the OSI, being this government organization dedicated to reining in costume supervillainy, or, like, keeping everything organized, did not know the guild existed, and ended up getting involved in a major conflict known as the Pyramid Wars between another rival villain organization known as Sphinx, which is parody G.I. Joe. I'll get into Sphinx later, but the Sovereign was responsible for that because he pretended, like, he used his shapeshifting powers to become the Sphinx commander and take credit for an inciting event that caused the Pyramid Wars known as the Movie Night Massacre, which, oh boy, talking about movie night is going to be a lot, but I must sound completely insane, but hopefully my ramblings will encourage people to explore Venture Brothers. This is a wonderful series. It was around starting in, like, 2001, lasted all the way to 2016, and got a movie in 2013. Not 2013, 2023. Genuinely one of my favorite shows of all time. But yes, the Sovereign, like, again, like, going back to him, there's one counterpoint against him. A lot of the ways that a lot of villains tend to act is, like, they try to take, like, they have to take the good with the bad. You gotta make sure, like, bad guys don't win in this series. Like, they might be major, but they still have to lose to superheroes. They have to have the series of checks and balances. There are a bunch of authorities in this world that keep everything organized. And the Sovereign didn't want to play that game. He wanted to be the uncontested king of the sandbox, that kind of stuff. And he started to, he tried to break the rules. There was a whole incident in the first made-for-TV special known as All That in Gargantua 2, where the Sovereign wanted to stage a mass takeover of the Guild of Calamitous Intent, murder all of its members, all the members, put new puppet leaders in charge, and kill its secret, powerful, shadowy, true leaders, the investors, just for the sake of, I want to be the bad guy who wins. Does not work for him in the end, because that's how it works. But I'll admit, he played the long game, and he played it really well. he's a master manipulator of a villain, and honestly, if I can't think of anyone more appropriate to be the leader of a villain organization like the Guild, it's gotta be the Sovereign. So, naturally, we're gonna put Sovereign right here in S tier under Supreme Evil. Alright, next up, we're going to start talking about the members of the Council of 13, the leaders of the guild, the 12 members who command everything from the shadows. First, we're going to go over Councilman number 1, Vendetta. Vendetta, oh boy, talking about Vendetta is going to be even harder than I expected, but, oh boy, all I'm gonna, like, a good chunk of what I'm going to say for Vendetta is trust me, but, oh, this poor bastard. Imagine, if you will, if RoboCop went and became a bad guy. Vendetta was, originally in life, he was a sort of a vigilante superhero by the name of the Blue Morpho, a sort of Green Hornet parody. Funny enough, voiced by Paul F. Tompkins, if any of you are fun with that sort of name deal. He was a member of the inner circle of Jonas Venture. Again, I mentioned him before. Big, like, major hero, kind of like Doc Savage. Big, like, larger-than-life super science genius, playboy, millionaire, that kind of jackass thing. But Venture, like, Jonas Venture had, I would call it a friendship with Blue Morpho, until the two had a horrible decision to record themselves making a sex tape, and like, I mean, again, it was with Jill St. John and Stella Stevens, but they, like, Jonas Venture blackmailed Blue Morpho for years over that tape, held him, like, had him do a bunch of, like, you know, he was, like, as described by another character, Blue Morpho was the junkyard dog of Team Venture. He was the one who would do all the dirty work that Jonas Venture didn't want to get his hands involved in. And eventually, Blue Morpho died in a plane crash. We have no idea if it was an actual accident or if Jonas Venture wanted to make things happen, but because Jonas Venture doesn't like things going to waste, he brought Blue Morpho back as a cyborg, creating Venturion. You know, this is what, like, what we see right here. This is, well, Vendetta, but he became Venturion, who is essentially, you know, RoboCop. He was like, oh, yes, look, I brought our friend back to life. Everyone naturally horrified except for him, because Jonas Venture is an asshole. But eventually, Venturion malfunctioned, had some flashbacks, and started to choke very young Rusty Venture, and had to be put down. And because, you know, when the toy gets broken, Dr. Venture threw him out, and he ended up being discovered in a garbage can by another prominent villain who we'll be discussing later, Dr. Z, who repurposed him and rebuilt him as Vendetta. You know, because, turned him into this, like, really, really prominent, like, dangerous supervillain robot. Hyper-intelligent, hyper-dangerous, very, like, lethal, but with no memory of who he was and who he used to be. Till eventually, we get to what I was just talking about earlier, the Movie Night Massacre. So Jonas Venture, one of his biggest accomplishments was creating a space station called Gargantua, which he uses, like, this major, like, research facility and study station that could house, like, could house thousands of people onto it. Amazing stuff. And this was during a period when the Guild of Calamitous Intent was forced to go underground. They weren't allowed to be more open about their villain stuff. So a group of villains were, like, kind of talking like, oh, yeah, look at this giant target. This is, that's the Gargantua, like, station. Wouldn't it be so cool if we could just go up there and actually, commit an arch, like, robbery on Dr. Venture in his own space station? Everyone, like, initially treated it as a joke, except for Vendetta, who planned the whole thing. Vendetta, like, he figured everything out. He knew when the crew would all be in one place that they'd be able to get on without anybody noticing, which was a movie night screening of the Burt Reynolds film Sharky's Machine. And Vendetta, while they were screening the movie, everyone was like, oh, yeah, all the other villains were going to do robbery and stuff. But Vendetta had a plan in the movie, in the theater room, to replace. He was going to replace the Sharky's Machine movie with that blackmail tape from when Blue Morpho was still alive. But then Jonas Venture called him out and said, oh no, you are the Blue Morpho. If you show that to me, you're going to be ruining yourself. You're my friend. You wouldn't do that. And then someone opened the airlocks, and nearly like the entire Gargantua crew, all but 3 of the villains on board, including Vendetta, were sucked out into space. The event became known as the Movie Night Massacre, and everyone is dead certain that Vendetta is the man responsible for Movie Night. He's the one responsible for killing the great Jonas Venture. And he had no idea why, just that he was, it's a belief. We never got confirmation about it. There's a theory it might have been the paperboy on the station at the time, but that's a whole other story. But Vendetta was responsible for one of the major inciting events of the series, the death of Jonas Venture. And went on to, of course, be a member of the Council of 13, do all that kind of leadership stuff, until eventually he got lonely, and, well, realizing that he has no relationship, started to try and, pick up a potential partner, which was a robot, and, that was a weird gay robot joke, kind of thing. We'll get into Galactron later, but eventually Vendetta was, he's notably not liked by a lot of the other council members for being a soulless machine, but Vendetta, eventually, got his heart broken because it was all a scam, by the OSI, tricks and stuff, nearly got killed, got reawoken literally, a year later with memories of being the Blue Morpho, and finally got revenge on Jonas Venture all those years later. But anyway, that's, the whole spiel of Vendetta. Major backstory stuff, we don't really see a whole lot of him doing it, but it's still, what he does is enough for me to adore Vendetta. So I'm going to put him in, because we don't see him really doing much, and a lot of his greater feats were as the Blue Morpho, I'm going to put him at the bottom of S tier, but again, he did, some amazing, amazing shit. Okay. Now we are going to... Sorry, I'm just hearing the music playing. It's the... Alright, so next up, for the villains, we have Councilman 2. Going from very notable to guy who just kind of exists. This is Wild Fop. He is sort of mad thespian supervillain. You can just look at him. Literally, he is exactly what it seems to be on the T. He's some kind of, just... you look at him, exactly what you get. He's a man in a thespian-style costume. He's a, elaborate kind of looking villain. But he doesn't really do much. The most notable things I can say about him is that he had an appearance in in one of the episodes. We get a video that is sent to one of the main characters, supporting characters, that shows, this is what happens when you go to villains who aren't licensed as part of the guild. It's called The Perils of Unlicensed Aggression, and Wild Fop is apparently used as the example of sexual harassment, where he is sexually harassing the superhero Naked Ape on one of those James Bond-style torture racks. Yeah, Wild Fop just kind of exists. Also, he's dead. He gets killed in the Sovereign's Purge of the Council. He is notably killed, in a gruesome way. He's killed by his own guard dogs, who Because he walks out of his house spraying himself with perfume, but the guard dogs attack him because the Sovereign, or like rather Sovereign loyalist agents, swapped it with cat urine. So yeah, Wild Fop is dead. Doesn't really do much, and also I'm going to dock him a lot of the points for the sexual harassment stuff. So unfortunately, I'm going to put Wild Fop down here in Dumb Hooligans. There you go. You can see him right here. Like, just not even markable. Don't even know why he's on the Council of 13. Okay, next one is going to be a little weird, because we're going to technically talk about two villains at once. First, like, these are, like, very, very major villains, but it's weird to talk about them separately. First up is Councilman 3, the Red Mantle. Red Mantle is one of the two oldest supervillains as part of the Guild of Calamitous Intent. He's technically one of its founding members alongside another villain and retired vengeful costumed crusader Phantomas, who is a real character. Actually, no, real character Phantoma from an actual famous book series about a costumed adventurer. But Red Mantle, he's an elemental-based supervillain, possibly a sorcerer who uses earth-based magic. He's an interesting character, very entertaining, because he's got a lot of very fun. He's got that sort of dry wit when he speaks. It's very much enunciates a lot of his views. He's an old man. He talks about a lot of the oldest sort of thing. But also, little fun detail as well. He is canonically Buddy Holly, the musician, like the actual singer Buddy Holly, who in the real world died tragically in a plane crash known as an incident where when the music died. But in the Venture Brother universe, he survived that plane crash. He never got on that plane and became an elemental-based supervillain who's both part of the Guild of Calamitous Intent and one of the senior members of the secret magic society known as the Brimstone Assembly. He's extremely funny, like a great character. He's very, like, he's a lot of the old man kind of joke of like, I've never left my house in 30 years. I don't know what is considered hip. That sort of thing. We don't know a lot of, like, his actual, high days when he was a villain. We know he had, like, an arch nemesis by the name of Commando Ruin, which apparently an unfortunate arching event where he punched him in the stomach and he threw up an entire Reuben sandwich on his boots. Very embarrassing. Do not want to think about that too much. But very funny. I love Red Mantle. And alongside him, we can talk about his the other oldest member of the guild, Dragoon. Dragoon, just look at this costume. I love Dragoon. Super strong, big, elderly man. Super strength, dresses in, like, Panzer Dragoon type of uniform. Absolutely kicks ass. Very, like, a physical brawler. Okay, yep. And, again, also he's part of, the other, like, I mentioned he's one of the other founding members of the guild. That's because, Dragoon is actually the Big Bopper, another famous musician who died in a real-world plane crash. Yeah, he is an absolute bruiser of a villain. Absolutely. When a renegade villain by the name of Revenge attacked the guild and tried to kill several of the council members, Dragoon straight up busted Revenge through a wall and threw him around like a rag doll until Revenge nearly killed him. Now, here's the thing about that nearly killed him part. And also the reason why I'm not ranking these two separately. Because, well, they kind of got surgically attached. Because Revenge needed Red Mantle and Dragoon alive to get some information about a secret object called the Orb, he kind of accidentally killed Dragoon, and in some kind of mad dash attempt at keeping him alive, surgically stuck his head onto Red Mantle's body. And they're just kind of stuck like that through the entire series. It's the dumbest buddy comedy situation where you get these two old farts stuck together and they can't do dick about it. It's just like they're just friggin' stuck together. It's hilarious. I wish I could really talk more about it, but it's like they have this. Okay, so one of the funny things I love about Venture Brothers is that they love their duo characters, which are basically just Doc Hammer and Chris McCullough playing the same character, talking to each other, having like these funny little back and forth conversations. And Red Mantle and Dragoon are basically the two old roommates who've been forcibly stuck together in the retirement home, hate each other, but they're the best of friends. So yeah, just look at this fucking, this literally, they're just stuck like this. And they just kind of live with it too, like, eventually they just get so used to it that they end up getting all their clothing tailored to them having two heads. There's more I could probably say about the two of them. They've got some really, like, absolutely hilarious banter together of them just kind of arguing. Probably one of my favorite bits that they have is when God, which bit was this? It's when they're being when they're being like held hostage by Revenge in his car, and they're too scared to go out because I haven't lived at my house in 30 years. I don't know what's hip. And then Dragoon is like, I believe the streets are filled with teenage gangs who will make fun of us because our pants are not nearly low enough to our knees, and I am scared. Again, these two are supervillains, and they have these, like, really dumb conversations. They'll just sit together, like, they'll sit down and, like, watch Downton Abbey and have, like, matching TV dinners. They're a riot. I adore these two old bastards. Especially since, like, people just keep on saying them, like, oh yeah, two-headed man. Sure, this is a superhero setting. Why not? I'm gonna put Red Mantle and Dragoon S tier because I love. Also, yes, they are called Red Dragoon as their hybrid form. So, at least that's what everyone refers to them as. They are genuinely hysterical. My only dock against them, very specifically towards Dragoon, is in the Halloween episode when Red Mantle wants to go to a Brimstone Assembly party. Dragoon, notably, big magic hater, refers to every single magic hater as wretched blasphemer! And, I gotta do that. Wretched blasphemer! Because he's got this sort of raspy, sort of gravely sort of voice. But, in order to convince him to go, he tells them that they're going to go to a costume party, and they decide to just go as the two-headed man, which unfortunately means that Dragoon goes as Rosie Greer, which means blackface. So, yeah, docking points against Dragoon for being racist, but, again, he's an old man. It's of his time. Oh, boy. Okay, so on to Councilman number 4. Another, again, going from, really fun villain I absolutely adore to the guy who, the first time we ever see him, he's dead. This is Boggles the Clue Clown. When I said parody, this is one of the more on-the-nose ones. He's literally just a hodgepodge of the Joker and the Riddler. Notably, we never hear him speak. He's always a very quiet member of the council. He does not speak, but apparently, as pointed out by another villain, whenever, he was very easily identified by another villain as being one of the council members, because every time he'd finish a sentence, he'd punctuate it with a bike horn. Apparently, he was actually really good friends with Red Mantle, but Dragoon didn't really care for him. In fact, he to quote him directly, he found his jokes tedious and his riddles obvious. Anyway, yeah, Boggles was actually the first member of the council to ever act. Well, aside from the aforementioned revenge attacks, he was actually killed as the first person to die in the Sovereign's Purge. They said it was by a heart attack, but it was hard to identify given that, well, he was in a car accident, and they had to dig him out of the car. Clown car accident? You can imagine that was probably a lot of trouble. The last thing we really know of him, or like really saw, is at his funeral when he wanted to play a joke on the audience and Captain Sunshine by, you know, making his like last words be a riddle and then springing his own corpse out of the Jack-in-the-Box. So at least props to him for that, but I don't know. I really don't have much to say about Boggles the Clue Clown. I'm gonna put Boggles, let's put him in Dumb Hooligans, just slightly below Wild Fop. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, now we get like one of the best. Like, not even one of the best, the best. Dr. Z. For any of you who are fans of the series Johnny Quest, this is Dr. Zed, or rather, the elderly version of Dr. Zed. He is, like, truly classic. If you want to think classic Hanna-Barbera villain, boom. Like, they literally, like, initially called him in the series. He was Dr. Zed, but then copyright lawyers struck the ultimate villains. But no, this is, like, actually Dr. Zed from Johnny Quest. Legendary supervillain. Deeply, like, absolute, like, a good way to describe a lot of the elderly villains is fear the man who lives long in the age where where people die young. This man, he arched Dr. Venture, he arched Action Johnny, poor Action Johnny, if you want to go into a case study of what happens when a child star loses his fame. But he ended up, like, really getting on with his life. Really, really fantastic villain. And also really freaking entertaining, too. Like, cause he's got the energy, like, in his, like, later years of being the fun, like, uncle who will tell you batshit crazy stories. Like, he literally, the first time we ever see him is when he... Wait, why do... Sorry, just realized the music playing. This isn't... Why is Tough Tank playing this? Oh, that's a... Never mind, this is a mashup of the theme from Cowboy Bebop and a theme from Venture Brothers. There we go, now I hear it. But Dr. Z, like, legitimately, like, a fantastic villain. He's one of the three, like, oldest members of the guild. Being around, even predating, like, the modern iteration of the guild. Having been just, like, this, you know, he's a legend. He is exactly what it is. He is, like, the legend himself. And moreover, like, proud props to him, he's a villain who walked away from the game and had a better life. He realized that eventually chasing around a boy and his dog was going to get old. And retired. He set himself up in a retirement home in, I can't remember where, but it's like a small retirement community, and married his second-in-command after realizing that he wanted to see her more than just an actual wife, and, well, like, not just a second-in-command, like, actually married her. And, like, he has remorse, too. He feels bad about, like, chasing, like, Action Johnny around and driving him to eventually become this junkie. He feels bad that he waited too long to give his wife children, and ended up adopting rejected Astro Boy knockoff Roboy as his own son, and even took in Johnny after he got out of rehab. Dr. Z is awesome! In my Twilight villain years, I want to be Dr. Z, especially since I can still have the energy to declare that if I want to kill somebody, I would send out a legion of a giant robotic spider crab to send out with no less than 6 kamikaze assassins in diving suits to come after them, not come after someone with a proxy of a make-believe snake. Also, he's just very entertaining. Like, he is like done so much over the years, including again, he's the reason Vendetta exists as his current thing. He's just awesome. I adore Dr. Z, and is so prominent. Oh, thank you for joining. You have a good birthday. So I'm gonna put Dr. Z above Red Mantle and Dragoon. They are like they're great, but again, star power, absolute star power of Dr. Z. Even if you haven't seen any any like Johnny Quest, you can tell this guy is clearly like a beloved member of the group. All right, another councilman. This is Councilman. Let me double check my notes. Yep. Oh yeah. Forgot I lost the order. We'll forget the council numbers, but this is the Nerve. There we go. The Nerve. A sentient nervous system in a glass tank. Cool-looking villain. Does fuck all. Like, he shows up very briefly in an episode, like when they announce a new council member to replace Boggles the Clue Clown. There was a like they went to go and have a party at another villain's club, and the Nerve tried to get out of it by saying he was on the moon, but then got invited anyway because all the counselors are in the same fucking building, except for a handful. But notable thing is that he's got a stutter. Apparently, he's not very social. He's a cool-looking villain, but they don't really do much with him, I suppose. I mean, again, he's a living nervous system. You think they get more out of it, but again, villain bureaucracy, that's the kind of stuff. Also, he was one of the council members who was killed in the Sovereign's Purge, found dead in a dumpster outside of a General Wow's Chow house. So, I'm going to put the Nerve like just beneath Wild Fop, because we don't even really see him do anything. But he's not really a failure. So, yeah. Sorry, Nerve. Gonna have to pinch this one and move on. Alright, next council member, Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf, another elderly supervillain, another member of the council, 13. Elderly Wolfman notably owns a very large, cool, like, tricked-out car, has that, like, triple driving goggles. Might have been a Wacky Races member, or at least some kind. That's the kind of energy he has. Jovial, kind of pretty friendly, like willing to carpool a lot of villains. Also, you can see Wild Fop in the background with Dr. Z. He doesn't really have much otherwise. He's got a friendship with Councilman 10, but otherwise, just kind of okay. He's a cool design, but he's just a, you know, he's an old werewolf villain, or wolfman villain, I guess. At least he has a cool car. I'll give him that. Again, I'm going to put him down in Dumb Hooligans above Wild Fop. So he's going to be our gatekeeper at the moment. Alright, now we get another council member who actually does shit. This is Don Hell, owner of Don Hells. I really wish I could say much more otherwise. This is a supervillain parody of music producer and club owner Don Hill. He owns a secret supervillain nightclub called Don Hells, which is hidden inside of a sort of Tashi Station-looking like outbuilding. Very well liked by other guild members, given, you know, he owns the villain nightclub. Prominent lover of torture, very great like very entertaining character, gets a lot of spotlight in the episode he debuts in because, again, he's part of the welcoming committee for the new guild member. Fun presentation. Also, he owns, like, his... he holds weekly torture nights, which are very supervillain. Gotta love that one. Big showmanship, puts a lot of flair in how he speaks. So it's exactly the Don Hill kind of big flourish and put a lot of emphasis in his words and all that kind of stuff. Fun character, very, like, enjoyable, like a lot. Might be our first C-tier villain. Also, again, victim of the Sovereign's Purge, but notably, at least, his death, very very interesting, because before he gets killed, he's offered a drink by one of his workers, by one of his employees, before he goes to a meeting with the Sovereign. And says, this is right as the Sovereign's killing everybody. He takes his glass and proudly quotes from Alcoholics Anonymous, "Follow the dictates of a higher power, and you will presently live in a new and wonderful world." Takes the drink, and then immediately starts melting in a puddle of acid, so call that a little bit of irony, if you will. So at least he's got a memorable kind of death. And because his presentation was memorable and enjoyable, I'm going to put him in C tier. He'll be one of our first mid-menaces. Okay, next up we have Councilman 10. I call him Councilman 10 because we never got his name. He's always been referred to as Councilman 10. He is, or otherwise, some people just call him the Bug Samurai because he looks like a Kamen Rider. We never hear him speak. He doesn't really say much. Apparently, he and Steppenwolf carpool together a lot, but it's not really much otherwise. He's just kind of, there. When the Council Purge was happening, he and Steppenwolf were actually killed at the exact same time in a car bombing. So, yeah, unfortunately, Bug Samurai, I gotta put you at the... You don't even get a name. I'm sorry. You're going into F tier. I really don't care about Bug Samurai that much. Alright, next up we have Councilman number 11. Wrong button. Yeah, Councilman number 11, Mommy Longlegs, Spider Villain. Yeah! I'll be honest, I'm a sucker for a good spider-themed villain. Those of you who might know my own collection with Coven Matriarch, Mommy Longlegs definitely was a big inspiration in her design. But very cool recurring character. Does tend to pop up in the background a lot more compared to the other villains. We've seen her as early as Season 1. But yeah, her name is Mommy Longlegs, and she's also a grandma. Apparently, she is the mother of an enormous, colony of spider people. Very fun character design. I like her look. The web cape, the conic head, the 6 arms. She's an actual spider person, so go figure with that. I like Mommy Longlegs a lot. She's got a very cool look. Honestly, the biggest thing selling her is the look. I'm a sucker for a good villain look. Superficial, especially for a recurring background character. She, unfortunately, was another victim of the Sovereign's Purge, except instead of, going out in a blaze of glory, she was gunned down by killbots. Very sad. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. She made it further than the others, at the very least. She was technically the last council member to die, so I'm gonna put Mommy Longlegs at the, just above Wild Fop and between Steppenwolf. And now we're on to the last member of the original Council of 13, Monsignor, the Unholy Priest. Seen here officiating Boggles the Clue Clown's funeral. He's a masked wrestler priest. There's not really much other to say. His name, that's Monsignor. Apparently he was, very much, well aware of Boggles' whole, funeral thing. He's just kind of alright. There's not really much to him. I like his design. I like his looks. Apparently he does, he's one of those villains that has a good work-life balance. Because, because there's a bit where, with that whole party thing mentioned, he opts out because apparently he runs a youth group. So, good for him. Curious how that works for an unholy priest, but sounds good. Unfortunately, he was another member of the Sovereign's Purge who died in the Purge of the Council, killed in via gas chamber venting into his council room. Did not make it very far, but at least he has a cool design. I'm gonna put him right above the Nerve, and between with Mommy Longlegs. Okay, the next character. Okay. Now we've reached the new Council of 13. The new council is... well, when the Guild of Calamitous Intent was collapsed and the Sovereign and all the other old council members were killed, new Council of 13 was put into place with other villains, with other villains filling in the seats, as it were. Now, there is one character, like the first one that comes out, the new Councilwoman number 1, but I'm going to wait to talk about her. Instead, we're going to talk about one of the major council members who is the biggest douche. This is Phantom Limb. Phantom Limb is the longest recurring villain in the Venture Brothers series, starting way back in Season 1. His real name? His name is Hamilton J. Phantoma. Was it Hamilton? What was it? J or wait? No, no. It's Hamilton G. Phantoma, former professor of science at State University. I gotta say, I love Phantom Limb for like being just a fully realized villain from the minute one. It started off like way back in the day. He was like just average person growing up, descendant of a long line of costume adventurers. After all, he is the grandson of the famous Phantoma explorer, with just one slight problem. Poor Phantom Limb was a thalidomide baby. For those who aren't familiar with the Children of Thalidomide incident, this was way back in the... God, I want to say the 70s, but the Children of Thalidomide was this big craze where parents were using a drug called thalidomide because they believed it would help with the pregnancies and all that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, real-world unpleasantness, a lot of the babies who were born as a result were born horribly disfigured and crippled, many of suffering from atrophied limbs and the like. And Phantoma, or Hamilton here, was one of those children of thalidomide. But he lived a rather affable life, even though he did get disowned from his family because of it. He was part of the Boys Brigade, which was a young adventurer's adjunct to Team Venture. Of course, he probably was put on there because of the, the cripple loving this, but eventually he made a pretty good name for himself. Eventually ended up getting himself a pair of mechanical limbs to wear over his regular limbs to become, a more commonplace member of society, teaching as a professor. But, deeply unsatisfied with his lot in life, he turned to super science, and with the aid of the investors and Billy Quizboy, created a machine that would basically enhance his muscles and bring them back to full term. Make them like proper human-sized muscles. Unfortunately, as super scientists want to go, it went horribly wrong, and his limbs became indestructible, but invisible, and he also gained the power to kill anybody with a touch. Thus, he took on the supervillain moniker of Phantom Limb. So, thus explaining why this man is a floating torso in purple. Phantom Limb was a recurring, a long-running villain way back in the, starting in the first season, with a rivalry to the main villain of the series, the Monarch, mostly because the Monarch stole his girlfriend and held a very, very major grudge against him. But, big thing about Phantom Limb is this man has such an ego complex that he needs to be the one at the top of the game. He needs he needs the best house, needs the finest sterling, sterling cutlery, the finest paintings, a bunch, he wants to be the best. And eventually, his goal that he had in mind was eventually getting onto the Council of 13 and even becoming the Sovereign. After during the wedding between the Monarch and Dr. Girlfriend, Phantom Limb staged a major coup of the guild to try and take over and kill the Sovereign. He almost succeeded were it not for the intervention of legendary murder machine Brock Sampson training the Monarch's henchmen to actually, not be pathetic. And went through this whole, absolutely amazing, fight scene where he fought again, where he nearly fought and killed the Sovereign, but they beat each other in the end. In a combat, in a fight that was described by Hank Venture as Dracula versus Yoda in there. God, I love this show. Phantom Limb was presumed dead after apparently 2 of his limbs were lost. They may be indestructible, but they can still be removed. And then he went crazy for a little while. Actually, no, that's an underestimation. No, he went just completely bonkers and started going by. Let me actually pull up the picture. Remember what I said a while back? That somebody tried to kill the council members and ended up stitching Red Mantle and Dragoon onto the same body? Well, you're looking at the man responsible. And during this period, he was known as Revenge, leader of the Revenge Society. I'll be honest, I really dig his costume as Revenge. He had a mechanical arm and leg at this point, but also he was just, for lack of a better term, completely just completely insane. Like, genuinely bonkers. He formed the initial Revenge Society out of a toaster, a mug, and a high heel shoe. Which, I'm very certain that he was sleeping with that shoe. In exactly the way that you would think of. Let me see, what were the names he had for his members? Oh, yes, there was, whatever, it doesn't matter. There were a toaster, a mug, and a shoe. He was very paranoid, very aggressive, very violent, and his whole goal during his period as Revenge was when he was trying to steal an object known as the Orb, this sort of secret, powerful, possible doomsday weapon that was created by the original Guild of Adventurers that Phantom Ma was a part of, and wanted to use the Orb to take over the Guild and become sovereign because, his grandfather created the Guild of Calamitous Intent, therefore he should be the sovereign, all that kind of stuff. And, again, the thing he did to Red Mantle and Dragoon, which has never been undone. Went bonkers, tried to use the Orb, which did not work, ended up getting arrested, and escaped Guild custody, got back into his Phantom Limb costume, with the help of Professor Impossible, managed to get his get his limbs back, and started the Revenge Society anew with a bunch of other slightly shittier villains. We'll get to the Revenge Society later in the video, but yeah, the Revenge Society was kind of a weird period for Phantom Limb, but eventually, when the Sovereign Purge was happening, this is the TV event known as All That in Gargantua 1, the Revenge Society had actually been fully reconstructed into a legitimate villain organization with their ultimate goal of taking over Gargantua 2. The new space station that was built to replace the original Gargantua 1 created by Jonas Venture Jr. as a sort of space casino and hotel resort and all that kind of stuff. Of course, this was all, while they were trying to take over Gargantua 2, Phantom Limb was playing the role of double agent. He was secretly working for the Sovereign with the goal of betraying the Revenge Society and eventually getting, taking over Gargantua 2 in exchange for a position on the new council. Then, of course, the Triple Cross happened with the investors, and Phantom Limb ended up sort of going through a bit of a reform, and became more of a legitimate, actual, person as part of the new Council of 13, becoming Councilman number 2. And I'll be honest, I don't know why, but in the later seasons of Venture Brothers, Phantom Limb just kind of became more of an idiot. Major idiot. I really don't know how to describe it. Um, oh, hello, Mana. Welcome. Um, but like there are moments where like he would make some kind of really boneheaded decisions. During the later seasons of Venture Brothers, there was a whole thing where the Blue Morpho, who was the Monarch in disguise, was murdering supervillains as a vigilante in order to make it so he would be the only one to arch Rusty Venture. But during this whole period, Phantom Limb was just kind of like fanning the flames and making things a little bit worse for everyone. Like, like when the villains were starting to panic about all the takeover, like all the like Blue Morpho attacks, the murders, and all that. Phantom Limb just kind of was like, "Oh yes, I'll promise these people anything. They'll get them to stop." Like we got a bunch of pissed off costume superheroes and a frog throwing a brick at us. I don't want to deal with this kind of stuff. He kind of became a little bit pathetic in the last few years of the season, of the series. Except I will say there was one thing that made me laugh my head off. In one of the later episodes of the last season, the Council of 13 discovered that there was a missing clause in the charter which told them that they are no longer allowed to be active villains while they sit on the council. And so decide to enact what is known as the Terminus Decree, where each villain would be allowed to go on one last arch with their arch nemesis. Dr. Z got to reconcile with Action Johnny. Red Mantle and Dragoon found out that they outlived all of their arches and had a bit of a party. Phantom Limb in the single most petty culmination of his character I can think of, with being like this egotistical little prick. His final arch against absolute legend Colonel Hunter Gathers was a literal dick measuring contest on a bridge and everything. And apparently, according to him, he won by an inch. To quote him, he was an inch mightier. So if that doesn't sum up everything you need to know about Phantom Limb, there you go. I can't sell this whining little Nepo baby as much as possible, but I do love Phantom Limb a lot. So I'm going to put him in Supreme Evil between Red Mantle Dragoon and the Sovereign. So you can behold his torso because the picture cropped weird. Alright, next up, another new council member. Okay, here's a weird one. This guy kind of just showed up. This is... okay, I'm going to show you this character, and you're going to know exactly when I say this guy's a parody. You're going to take one look at him, and you'll know everything that you need to know. This is Radical Left. Yeah, just take him in. This is Radical Left. Yep. just look at him. Radical Left. He is a... like, not even an unsubtle parody. This is just straight up, what if we made a political joke out of Two-Face? Even more so, you see his right half? That's his arch nemesis, Right Wing. Radical Left is possibly the dumbest Venture Brother joke, and I kind of love how stupid it is, because they're not even being subtle about it. Just look at him. Radical Left was first introduced in a episode where Henchman 21 and Hank Venture went into... they went into an asylum. Yes, he's his own arch nemesis because dissociative identity disorder, but they were both in an asylum. And he was part of a group, a little gang known as the Mama's Boys, because it was a whole, like, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest reference. It's weird. But somehow, I will say, Radical Left ended up as a member of the Revenge Society? Like, working for Phantom Limb back when he was going crazy? And, It was, just, I don't know. It was a very, very interesting, like, kind of character. I don't know really how I can really explain Radical Left. But he did end up as part of the new Council of 13. somehow, somehow, there are better villains and they decide to pick Radical Left, of all people. I don't know. I think the funniest thing I could really say about Radical Left when I mentioned that whole Terminus Decree thing, because he's his own arch nemesis, they decide their final game of, like, their final arching is to play a game of Clue, and it's the best of 5. I don't know. I don't know. Radical Left is weird, but he actually does shit, so I can at least give him that. I'm gonna put him in C tier beneath Don Hell. And now, oh hell yes. Oh hell yes. You're not ready for what I'm about to drop. This is possibly the greatest villain in the whole show. Possibly one of the greatest villains of all time. Red Death. Oh boy. I love Red Death so much. Red Death is a guild legend. This is a 70-year-old man who arches once a year, and leaves a body count. Like, there's no real cutting it. Red Death is a goddamn legend. He is professional. He is, very, he has managed to figure out, how to divide, work and life. He's terrifying. Just look at him in the bathroom, glaring himself down as he's getting ready to arch Dr. Venture. But also, this man is, a genuine sweetheart. The first time we ever see him, he's taking his kid to the park, dressed in a sweater and a cardigan, talking to the Monarch about how he's been reading his daughter Paddington Bear, and is, happy to make Marmalade sandwiches. And he has, a wholesome conversation with his wife, who is a model, by the way, on, oh, I'm gonna, I'll save my, I'll take a bag lunch for dinner, since I gotta go out. It's gonna be an arching tonight. But he's like, oh, you want to have your mashed potatoes with the gravy? He's like, oh, no, it'll get all mushy and stuff. It'll get mushy. I don't like it when it gets mushy, but... And then he's gets the terrifying, showtime. And he's like, you want a brownie with it? Brownie? Yes, thank you. Oh my god, I love Red Death so much. Especially since, my god, this man is terrifying. He is possibly the second highest body count of anybody in this show. And he loves to kill. But, oh my god. And he's a professional too. If you fuck with him, he will fuck you up. Notable thing to mention as well, way back when we were talking about Vendetta, Red Death was part of the Gargantua 1 heist and was there to witness the Movie Night Massacre. We're the first ones to really hear about the details of Movie Night, where, he was there. He was one of the few people who had a helmet and was able to prepare himself for getting jettisoned into the vacuum of space, and watched as other villains just died around him, and all the crewmates too, and kept him movie stuff. Oh, he is he's the perfect example of work-life separation, and does not fuck around. Okay, hold on one moment. I feel like I need to pull up possibly the greatest clip from Venture Brothers. I need to pull up his speech that he gives. This is all right, turning off the music for a second, pulling up video. This is from, so back with the Terminus Decree thing, when all the villains were getting their chances to have one last arch. At the same time, the Guild is dealing with the problems from rival villain organization known as the Peril Partnership, a bunch of Canadian supervillains. Apparently, the Canadian, one of the major guild villains, Wide Whale, was paying off members of the Peril Partnership to not fuck around in New York. And they noticed that, hey, we're not receiving any kickbacks, so they send in this professional douchebag, like blind rage to go and, you know, do the tough guy act and all that kind of stuff. And, well, Red Death didn't like him very much. So when the Terminus Decree happened, okay, I'm just gonna put up the video right here. Let's hide this, and I'm gonna let you watch this. Let's just watch this together. Flip click.
Oh, here comes the 70-year-old errand boy. Listen to those steps. Hey, you gotta slow down or you're gonna bust a hip there, old man.
Better all be there. Oh, you're up. Goody. We can start your history lesson. Long before
don't worry,
there
I'll
were
be careful.
loudmouth buff guys in spandex, there was the gentleman villain. His favorite sinister
Probably the
act
only other.
was
This is probably the only clip I'm
tying
gonna play,
someone
but just
to a
watch
train
this.
track. It's simple, inexpensive, personal, and deadly, but it gives you a little hope. Maybe you'll escape. Lesson's not over, Sonny. Now, the gentleman villain had these old-school time bombs, 3 sticks of dynamite wired to an alarm clock. And what was so poetic about that is that they ticked. You could hear them. Tick, tick, tick. Nowadays, they're just digital. No sound, no peril. Oh, oh, do you hear that? There's the ticking. The train is coming. Is it on this track? Tick, tick, tick. Maybe it's on the other track. Tick, tick, tick. Not bad for an old man, huh? I'm gonna get going. Let you try to escape. And if you do, tell the Peril Partnership that the Guild isn't scared of punks. If you don't, sorry.
Any fucking questions? Just wow. Oh god, I love Red Death so much. Also, if anyone who's keen-eyed and listening very carefully, Red Death is voiced by Clancy Brown, aka Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob. So, yeah, no objections here. Way top of the list. I fucking love Red Death. He is so goddamn amazing. Okay, now for another fun villain. Wide Whale. Wide Whale was... He was introduced as the main antagonist of the 6th season. A little bit of season 7, but Wide Whale is the head of the guild chapter in New York, you know, the epicenter of crime and villainy. You look at him and be like, oh yeah, this is clearly a you know, whale version of Kingpin, or Tobias Whale if you're savvy enough with DC. Fun character. I like Wide Whale, genuinely a really well built up villain. When they took the Sovereign and Phantom Limb off as being the main villain focus of the seasons, Wide Whale really stepped into it with big steps, that's for sure. A lot of the stuff I do like about Wide Whale is that there's a lot of mystique built up about him. You know, like, you feel like this presence with him of like, yeah, this is a villain you do not want to mess with. Let me, like, where to really begin? Yeah, the first time we really ever see Wide Whale is when the Ventures arrive in New York and, you know, do the millionaire rich asshole kind of stuff and blow out a bunch of windows on his building. He ends up, like, when the guild is, like, realizing, yeah, the new guild council is kind of struggling because, you know, a bunch of villains are hard to control and all that kind of stuff. And they're worried about New York just flat out receding. They go reach out to Wide Whale to try and, you know, hey, why don't we make you a member of the Council of 13? And he's like, oh, yes, absolutely, we can do this. But I gotta do something, you gotta do something for me first. Notably, like, he is very much, his whole demand is that he wants exclusive arching rights to Dr. Venture. Very deliberately, he wants it, very deliberately as well, he wants it so, why am I blanking on his name? The Monarch is not even remotely allowed to touch him. It's very deliberate. There's a lot of a very interesting kind of back and forth. Like, the White Whale seems to absolutely hate the Monarch, and we have no idea why for the majority of the season. And, he puts up a lot of efforts into trying to block the Monarch, for that matter. He is, taking a whole lot of, efforts and the like, where... he sets up what it's a very fun name, the Fiends and Family Package, where he basically points to a bunch of other supervillains and gives them arching rights before him. Kind of like, a phone plan, but for specifically harassing somebody. And thus sets up the whole Blue Morpho killing a bunch of supervillains kind of thing, because in order to get to Wide Whale, you gotta go through all these other villains first. And it's really well set up, pretty big. And also, he's even tied in with the main characters, because Hank Venture is in love with his daughter, Serena. And, of course, forbidden love and all that kind of stuff, yada, yada, yada. But then we get to the interesting stuff, when we finally learn the backstory of Wide Whale. Because, believe it or not, he wasn't born half a fucking shark, as he puts it. He and his was of course, a very wealthy gangster, that kind of stuff. But his older brother, Dr. Douglas Dugong, Dr. Douglas Ong, was a prominent marine biologist who was trying to find ways to, cure the world's diseases and, find, secrets to, making life better through the ocean, that kind of stuff. And Chester, Douglas, Wide Whale's real name, Chester Ong, loves, he admires and adores his older brother so much, he would do anything to make him happy. And eventually decides, super science stuff, hook up molecular converter to himself, turns himself into, giant whale man, turns his brother into a half dugong. Dr. Douglas Ong ends up becoming Dr. Dugong, prominent superhero, or super scientist for the OSI, and he becomes a villain. That kind of stuff. Way back a couple of seasons ago, while the Monarch was kind of going through some shit, not being able to arch Dr. Venture, he had an arching with Dr. Dugong, which resulted in, oh boy, how to put this? He blew his goddamn head off with a rocket launcher. And, well, Wide Whale found out. And Wide Whale was not happy. And thus Wide Whale dedicated himself to destroying the Monarch. He would block every attempt at him for getting ranks up, prevent him from arching Dr. Venture, repeatedly try and coerce his wife, a lot of, kind of brutal stuff, and eventually ends up with the Monarch, finally outed as the Blue Morpho, tied up and held at gunpoint by Hank Venture. With the Wide Whale threatening, saying, if you want to date my daughter, kill my sworn enemy. And it's pretty powerful. And I do kind of love, that they go full gang kind of villain with it. It's very Kingpin, what can I say? Ultimately, though, Wide Whale ended up stepping down from the council after the Terminus decree, and instead became more of an ambassador to the guild for the New York chapter. So, either way, I got a lot of respect for Wide Whale. He's a cool villain, very fun. A lot of depth, ocean depth, if you were. Oh, one other thing I forgot to mention: he's got the local heroes caught up in a racketeering gig. It's demonstrated, when the Avengers first arrive in New York, they get met with a bunch of Avengers knockoffs called the Crusader Action League. funny pun, where they are being put on a protection plan, where they're being, like, coerced to go into a protection plan to prevent being, arched, protected by superheroes and the like, but OSI has already protected the Venture, so there's no point. Yeah, there's really not much, but yeah, he's the one responsible for the protection racket of these superheroes, coercing scientists and celebrities into paying for superhero protection. Overall, I'm going to put Wide Whale. You know what? I kind of like his grift a little bit more than Phantom Limb, but Phantom Limb had a lot more staying power, so going to put him right up there. Alright, next up is the last member of the new council, save for one very important one who I'm not going to talk about yet, is Dr. Phineas Phage. The fiendish Dr. Phineas Phage. He's a biophage-based supervillain. He is... honestly, he's exactly what you get looking at him. He's a sort of Doc Ock style parody. Looks like a bacteriophage a little bit. Parody of Phineas Gage, the guy who went through that brain surgery. He was the arch nemesis of Professor Impossible for a while, but we never really saw them do anything except Phage got kind of mad at him for not coming out of his house. Ah, yes, a viral sensation. Explode. But he's got an interesting enough design that he was able to stick around long enough. He even ended up, when I mentioned that whole somebody had to replace Boggles the Clue Clown thing, it was Dr. Phage. Very fun stuff with that. So he got to join the council right before the Purge, which fortunately meant that he survived. And he ended up kind of rejoining the council after a while, although he was kind of pissed that Phantom Limb was being put in charge. When they were initially trying to hide the fact that the Sovereign was dead, they were doing the whole Wizard of Oz kind of thing, man behind the computer with Phantom Limb using the projection, and Phineas pulls up and goes, I call bull poopy on that. That's the one line that'll stick with me for that. Also, his minions are called Proteens. That's PRO-TEENs. Really dumb science puns with this one, but hey, his design is cool, his name is fun, he's at least done some stuff. Also, I think he's currently in a coma after a teleporter incident where he got, the coma thing is very complicated, I'm not going to talk about that, but you know what, I'm going to put him into B tier. He's a doofus, but at least he's an active doofus. I think I'm going to skip Watch and Ward. They're not actual villains. I would love to talk about Watch and Ward, but they're more, the guys in the chair kind of deal. I'll skip Watch and Ward. But now, we talk about another legend, because now we're out of the council proper. We're going to talk about the other members of the guild leadership. First, we have, giant, let me fix this one up. Wait, no, get back here. We fixed this giant blown up image of the character. It's a little huge for my liking, but then again, this is a truly large in presence character. This is Dr. Henry Killinger in his magic murder bag. Yes, this is supervillain Henry Kissinger. That is not even a half joke. It is exactly how he talks. He is Dr. Henry Killinger, and this is his magic murder bag. Dr. Killinger might possibly be the most powerful entity in the Venture Brother universe. That is not even hyperbole. He shows up mostly as a sort of a business consultant for supervillains? Something like a self-help guru? He's very weird. He actually, offers, genuinely good advice to everyone he talks to. He's always offering like genuine wisdom, like making sure that he's making the proper decisions and calls, and like just like talking about like, oh yes, like you need to have your henchmen like need to have at least some kind of insurance plan, need to be properly facilitated. You gotta like he fixes problems, and he's really good at that. In fact, he's the reason that after like the Monarch and Dr. Girlfriend broke up, he's part of the reason they got back together. And moreover, there was an entire episode where he lends his services to the Venture family, where he ends up where he basically like helps fix Dr. Venture's entire failing company, gets him out of the red, fixes everything, makes his whole like shtick work. On the stipulation, he has to become a supervillain. And and when Dr. Venture says no, he amicably leaves. He just leaves without a question. He opens his spooky black umbrella and flies away. I know I'm probably underselling Killinger a lot, like not really talking about much more, but there's so much about him. He's so entertaining and so weird. He like full blown blocks a mental local magic superhero Dr. Orpheus tries to read his mind, and he just dead-eyed stares at him and just says, "Your powers do not work on me, you silly Billy." And Orpheus has an aneurysm. He's also like he's one of the like he's just genuinely great at what he does, and also he's the one who's like responsible for. He's the one who fixed the Revenge Society, made them proper. He's the one who stopped the Sovereign. He's the one who stopped the investors as well, and is the one who was responsible for creating the new Council of 13 and all that. But all in all, he's also like he is a consultant. He does not put himself above his clients. He is happy to be the second in command. Hell, he helped Dr. Venture get over a good portion of his father issues. But, man, there's a lot to him that I love. So, yeah, absolutely putting him right here beneath Dr. Z. And now, for his far more nefarious counterparts, the investors. The investors are the true power behind the guild. You ever wonder how supervillains get their their goods, how they're able to, pay for all the shit that they have before they can go start doing their ransoming stuff, how they're able to have the power that they do? It's because of these three guys. These are the investors. And they are terrifying. They are three mysterious, magical, possibly god individuals who were responsible for not only the formation of the original guild before it was the Guild of Calamitous Intent, but also like the Guild of Calamitous Intent itself. They're the ones who helped the Sovereign get into power after killing the original leader, Force Majeure. They're the ones who helped finance Gargantua 1 and Gargantua 2. They facilitate deals. They're demonic. They're terrifying. I genuinely fear the investors. Whenever they show up, it's always like a big fucking deal because they are nigh unflappable. They warp reality. They can't be seen by people unless they want to be seen. They can reach it. They can phase through things. There's an instance where another major villain tries to betray the guild while they're to the OSI while they're flying on an airship, and they mysteriously appear. Nobody else can see them. They're not appearing on cameras, and they just casually put their hands on the villain and phase him through the wall over the ship, over an unmarked suburb. The guild, these investors, are fucking terrifying, and we know nothing about them. And eventually they got killed by Killinger, but who might imply, after naming them, they are respectively um, Cassius, no, they are Lips, Cassius, and Skiron. They might be the Greco-Roman gods of the northwest, of the southwest, northeast, and northwest winds. Allegedly, we don't know. There's so many mysteries about the investors that we're never going to get answers to because they got killed at the end of the Gargantua 2 stuff. But they're so goddamn effective at being terrifying that I have to put them in S tier. Gonna put them right above Phantom Limb because they control everything. They're terrifying. Okay, that's it for guild leadership. Now, all right, time for for the more like running down stuff. Time to go through like just your bog standard members of the guild. We're an hour and a half in, and now I finally get to the regular members of the guild. Just let's hide the image. This is where we're currently at right now, just as a reminder. With only one in F tier, 6 in D tier, 2 in C tier, 1 in B tier. We got nothing in A tier yet, so... Actually, you know what? I'm going to bump Vendetta down to A tier. So, next up, now we're going to get into the random guild members, some of which barely even get speaking lines. So first off, we have the alien villain. Yeah, alright, you go ahead and step away, yeah. This is Alien Villain. He has no name, although apparently his name starts with no earthly letter. That's it. He's a tertiary background character who shows up at random. He kind of looks like the Abomination. That's about it, but there's really no other thing to really describe him about. He's a background character. He's just kind of there. I'm going to put him at the bottom of D tier. He doesn't even have a name. So, sorry. Going down there. But now, we have Augustus St. Cloud. This is a fun villain. Alright, Augustus St. Cloud is what I would best describe as the worst, like the absolute worst kind of fanboy. You know the ones. The ones who think that because they know everything, they own everything. He's an immensely rich, snobbish little half-pint of a pudgy man cut from the same cloth as Ernest Blofeld, who spends his inordinate wealth collecting various pop culture items. Let me see if I can grab that list of... Because he has a lot of... Like, he has a lot of shit that he collects. Like, all of it is, like, genuine pop culture memorabilia, but he's, like, the most obnoxious of that sort. Let's see. Just to, like, read off of all the things that he's purchased over the years, they include, the TARDIS from Doctor Who, Nomad, the space probe from Star Trek, the original series, Twiki and Dr. Theopolis from the Buck Rogers TV show, the staff of Ra from Raiders of the Lost Ark, Boobo from Clash of the Titans, Harryhausen is a friend, Goldfinger's actual, like, outfit from Goldfinger, which he had, custom made to fit his body, the trophy room sunken lounge, from, the Highlander movie, Henrietta Pussycat from from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood of Make Believe, which he used as a soap mitt. That poor cat. The entire music set from Duran Duran's "Is There Something I Should Know?" The famous Blue Thunder helicopter from Blue Thunder. The Sea Monster, the Sea Monster costume from Sigma the Sea Monster, a safe from the SS Andrea Doria, the animatronic clown from FX2, the glaive from Krull, a non-copyright infringing version of the titular alien from E.T. the Extraterrestrial, the golden idol from Raiders of the Lost Ark, the actual Dark Crystal from Dark Crystal, one of the teleportation pods from The Fly. He has everything. And he's such a fucking asshole. His whole shtick is that he's the arch nemesis of Billy Quizboy, a recurring supporting character, part of the duo of conjectural technology, otherwise sort of like a bunch of loser super scientists. Not even super. I don't even know if Pete White has a doctorate in anything. But Billy and St. Cloud hate each other because they are two opposites of the fanboy spectrum. Whereas Billy respects and adores like the idea, like his whole fandom stuff. He's the king of the fanboys, as it were, which makes him kind of like the biggest loser in the entire series. But he respects like a lot of the media stuff. But St. Cloud is an owner. He's a collector and an owner who believes he should own everything, all for the sake of it. He has Truckosaurus, for crying out loud. But he's just an asshole. He always talks in a smug, condescending tone like this. The man is petty enough that... Okay, so Billy's best friend, Pete White, is an albino. So to one-up Billy, he gets his own rarer Asian albino named PY. Because they are rarer and therefore more valuable. Oh, yeah, St. Cloud is a little prick and a douche. But funny enough, like, so... Guild of Calamitous Intent rankings go from a 1 to 10 scale for what is known as the equally matched aggression threat. Whereas, like, level 10 is like you have a personal army, a personal flying fortress, a badass number 2, and all that kind of stuff. Whereas level 1 is you are so pathetic that you're barely even above a man in his underwear holding a gun and wearing a sock on his head. St. Cloud's a level 1 villain. He is the biggest loser. There's an episode where the Monarch has to basically tutor him as part of a big mentor. Those Big Brother programs that they kind of have. The guild has the big villain program where a more experienced villain trains a newcomer villain, and he's gonna train St. Cloud, and St. Cloud fucking sucks. He doesn't have any powers. He just has money. They get him a lightning gun and canisters of laughing gas and tell him not to gas himself, which he does anyway. He's a loser. St. Cloud's a loser, but he's at least entertaining. I'm gonna put St. Cloud in like at the top of C tier because he's actually at least trying to be a villain. I'm also not gonna forget that time that so the funniest thing, the biggest motivation for why he hates Billy is because he snubbed him in an online auction for a collector's item. And when he officially legalizes his rivalry, becomes a member of the guild, Billy has to try and recover a probe belonging to that belonged to Dr. Venture that Venture sold to St. Cloud because Venture sucks. He makes a deal with Billy. He'll give the probe away for free if Billy eats an entire jar of pennies for every cent wasted on the eBay auction that they had for, that Billy snubbed him in. It's just, eat the pennies, Quiz Boy. I will admit, the way that he says Billy Quiz Boy is very funny. So, yeah, I'll put St. Cloud here, and, yeah, he did get his ass kicked by an old woman on Humira, so that's at least something. Yep, Billy Quizboy going right there, top of C tier. He is genuinely a C-lister. Alright, now, for another minor villain, literally a background character, this is Antimatter. I have nothing on Antimatter. She's a background character, appears in only a handful of scenes. She's some kind of shapeshifter of some sort. Literally the only real full image we have, or any real image we have of her, is her soaking her feet in a kiddie pool next to flying squid and smoking, and that's about it. She looks like a female version of Father, so I guess, but I like her name, Antimatter. That's about it. Antimatter just kind of exists, doesn't really do anything. I don't think that we really have any details about her. So I'm going to put her at the top of F tier above Bug Samurai. So, yep, going right there. Sorry, lady. Alright, oh boy. It's going to be a rough one. Have you ever seen a joke that has never landed before? Say hello to Baron Underbite. This is Baron Werner Underbite. Oh boy. I'm gonna pause for a sip for a moment. You know that joke in comic books where all the characters secretly went to college together? Yeah, Baron Underbite is basically the Venture Brothers equivalent to Doctor Doom and not really done well. He was introduced in the first season as what everyone thought was Dr. Venture's true main villain, his ultimate arch nemesis, because apparently Rusty blew up his face in college and is the reason why he's missing a jaw. But the whole shtick with Baron Underbite, he's the tyrannical dictator of a tiny micronation called Unterland, which exists between the border of Michigan and Canada. So why he has a German accent, I have no idea, because funny. He showed up in a few episodes of the first season. He was way back. He was roommates with Pete White. He would hang out with young Rusty Venture and mutual scientist friend Mike Soriyama, and yeah, his whole shtick is he's the tyrant dictator type who would show up, be big, grandstanding, all that kind of stuff. He's not interesting in the slightest. Honestly, a lot of the episodes where he shows up, I'm not a big fan of. There is an entire episode spent in Underland where he murdered... previously he had attempted to murder 3 of his top generals for conspiring against him using bombs strapped to tigers, because why not? They wanted to do a Doctor Doom thing. But eventually there is an episode where the Avengers crash land in Unterland and are taken hostage. Except for Dean Venture, who... Okay, for context, they're coming back from a costume contest and they're all dressed up as Star Wars characters, except for Hank. Dr. Venture's dressed up as Obi-Wan. Brain fart. No, he's dressed up as Luke. Now I remember. Yeah, he was dressed up as Luke, and Brock Sampson's dressed up as Chewbacca. Hank's dressed as Batman, because why not? And Dean is dressed as Princess Leia. They crash into Underland, and he thinks that Dean is a girl named Dawn and tries to marry her. And that's how they overthrow Underbite, because gay marriage is illegal in Underland. And so they exile him and put another character in charge, and he just kind of becomes homeless for a while. He joins the Revenge Society, though. He becomes one of the new members of the Revenge Society alongside Mr. Impossible, or Professor Impossible and Phantom Limb, and yeah, he doesn't really do much afterwards. During the Gargantua thing, he just kind of goes as part of the siege, and apparently he ended up back in Underland, but nobody knows because that was a cut scene. He kind of just got grandfathered out of the show. I really don't like Underbite. He's just... I'm going to put him in F tier. Actually, not even F tier. I have to be fair. I'm going to put him at the bottom of C tier because he at least tries to do stuff. But I'm just bitching about him at this point. Ugh. Sorry, Underbite. You didn't land. Okay, next up we have Battle Axe. Battle Axe is a one-off villain who is the wife of level 10 rank villain Harangutan. She's the owner of a villain pub called Ye Olde Battle Axe. She's a loud, screaming Scottish woman dressed in Highland attire, wielding a battle axe. Kind of a violent, angry sort of woman. Oh, welcome back, Jack. You missed me talk about one villain I like and another villain I really don't give a damn about. Now we're just kind of at a mid-villain. She was one of the first kind of ancillary characters that showed up during the Blue Morpho saga. Her husband was the first victim of the Blue Morpho killings. And yeah, Dr. Girlfriend kind of got roped into like stealing her car back as it got impounded due to too many tickets because of emotional guilt tripping. But to be fair, she did try and run over Dr. Venture with the orangutan. But I don't know. She's a one-off character. She at least gets a good screaming of "Die, Dr. Venture," so I don't know. I'll put her in Dumb Hooligans, probably at the gonna put her right between Mommy Longlegs and Monsignor. Little update for where we are. Okay. Alright. Alright, looks like we got another background villain. This is the Bearded Spectre. And that is all you need to know about him. This single picture. This is Bearded Spectre. He's some kind of techno wizard. He's Bearded Spectre. He appears up. He's a recurring background villain. His design looks cool. He's like one of those internet wizards you probably saw back in the early days, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Gonna put him into... He has a name, so at least I'm gonna put him like above... You shall not pass the... You shall not clear this cache! That's the kind of thing. I feel like like this guy Bearded Spectre are probably just kind of futzes him out, I'm guessing. I don't know. He probably does some kind of like tech magic. I don't know. Okay, next up is Brick Frog. If you need a better example of why loser villains are the fucking best, this is Brick Frog. His only powers are brick throwing and frog being. He is a man in a frog costume who carries bricks and throws them at people. I really wish there was more I could say about him. He's extremely funny. The first time we see him is when the guild is... It's when the Revenge Society is trying to do... doing recruitment for, like, their new members. And he's, like, the last one there. But, like, they just immediately look at him and be like, no, absolutely not. Just... like, if I could make an entire tier list on loser villains, I'm absolutely gonna put Brick Frog at the way top because I love... Especially since, like, there's a lot of, like, subtle jokes. Do you know why he's called Brick Frog? God, I'll give you a guess. Like, not just because he has the bricks and because he's a frog. Okay, so you know what? Okay, I'll tell you. So... This is a brilliant pun with his name. So, you know how some bricks have that little divot in them that allows you to compact mortar into it to hold it into place? Or, like, act as a grip to pick them up? Do you know what that divot is called? It's called a frog! That is why... He is called Brick Frog. Also, one other note I will actually say about him. Like, this one's actually kind of related. The one thing I was going to talk about is the movie, Radiant is the Blood of the Baboon Heart. At the way beginning of the movie, we get introduced to a new secret villain organization called Arch, which is apparently... taking members from the guild and giving them, like, a lot of crazy, like, super weapons and all that kind of stuff, making, like, genuinely threatening villains out of nobodies. And you know how they demonstrate, like, how dangerous Arch is? When this is the first villain you see. That's Brick Frog right there. This is Brick Frog when he defected from the guild and joined Arch. As seen when he was robbing a a science facility that was building a stronger building material. Brick Frog is an example of one of my favorite tropes of take a loser villain and make them powerful to make the main threat more dangerous. I love how, like... Oh no, we'll save Black Manta for me. No, they gave him that full fucking suit, and he looks awesome! In fact, even Phantom Limb himself, when they first see the comparison between him and the Brick Frog outfit, he'll say that this super cool lizard guy is the same person as H.R. Pufnstuf right there. I love Brick Frog. It pains me. I want to put him in Supreme Evil because he's such a funny loser villain, but instead I'm going to put him in A tier because I love Brick Frog so much and nobody can say otherwise. Okay, next up. Alright, we have another ancillary villain. This is Chairman Wow. And I'm just gonna immediately put him into, gonna put him right here into detail because everything you need to know about him is in his name and appearance. This is Chairman Wow. Apparently he owns a chain of restaurants called Chairman Wow's Chow House. He's just a guy. He's recurring background villain. He's part of the guild, so he gets a position. So, yeah, Chairman Wow is going right next between Boggles and Alien Villain. Okay, now we have... Oop, there we go, another blow-up. Alright, here we go. This one's a more fun villain. This right here, my friends, is Copycat. Copycat is he's super villain Dean Martin. I don't even know how best to describe it. This is a super villain who specializes. He's a very suave, smooth talking kind of guy. Talks like he's a member of the Rat Pack. Oh, that sort of. My goodness, calls everyone stuff like doll and cutie pie and fella and all that sort of stuff and jazz. And well, I will say about this about him. He does exactly what you think his power is. He's a duplicator. He can make copies of himself, and each one can act autonomously. This is apparently taken from from his first appearance when he was a lounge singer on Gargantual 2. But the first time we really see him do his actual stuff is when he's working for Wide Whale to make the Monarch look bad. Monarch shows up to Wide Whale's party dressed in his full costume, which has civilians in it. Wide Whale's furious, tells him to get into proper outfit. So Copycat, being the fine gentleman that he is, takes him down to his suite in the building to get him into a proper suit and tie. To which Copycat then steals the Monarch costume, knocks him out, and then goes over to the Venture building in that costume while his duplicate is still, while one of his copies is still hanging around. And just starts to make it look like the Monarch is doing unlicensed arching. Sabotage, that kind of stuff. Copycat's kind of a prick, but I respect the moxie and the swagger that he has. The other major time that we really see Copycat is later in the series when the guild is involved in a special op to steal a teleporter prototype that Rusty developed. And Copycat is leading a group of villains in a heist style where he is able to has a bunch of other villains working for him to steal this teleporter in a heist fashion, and the Monarch is pissed because they just want to use him as aerial surveillance, even though he knows how to arch Venture better than everyone, because it's literally his life goal. But Copycat, the thing is, while the other villains are doing the whole snatch and grabs kind of stuff, that they're getting the teleporter, Copycat's using them as a decoy team, while his own duplicates and himself are running the show. They are the ones doing the real heist, the other villains are fall guys. And Copycat really plays them well. He's actually a really good schemer. I quite appreciate it. Unfortunately, his ego gets the better of him when the helicopter he's using to steal the the teleporter crashes into his apartment. Copycat is presumed dead, but I will admit I do like Copycat a lot. He's a very fun. I like a good take on a duplicator character, and again, I love the Rat Pack, so I have to accept. I have to enjoy this. So I'm gonna put him in B tier. I'm gonna put him above Phage. All right. Next up, we have. I believe this is. Yep. This is Kurth, or Curse rather. He's an evil sorcerer villain with a lisp. Everyone keeps on calling him Chris because they can't understand his lisp. But he's Kurth. He's just Kurth. He was a villain who was introduced as part of a selection of arches for the recently formed magical villain superhero group known as the Order of the Triad. He's not very good at magic, and I think his only running joke is that he's not good at magic, and also he's a member of the Brimstone Assembly. He blew himself up in a spell and scorched half his face. He's just kind of there. Curse is just kind of okay. He lost his spot to become the potential arch nemesis of the Order of the Triad, but I don't know. I'm gonna put him in C tier because he at least does something. I'm gonna put him below Underbite. Actually, no. Moving him to D tier. I'm gonna put him above the Nerve. Get like this Jafar-looking motherfucker. Okay, now we have Tiny. This is .com. Techno-based supervillain. She's a master hacker, expert scientist, super good with computers, wears a tight bodysuit. She only really has two major things. First time we ever see her is when the new council is addressing the guild members, and her first and only major her first two complaints are that the guild website is running down. It's running slowly and it needs to be fixed, and she refers to it as an epic fail, and also wants to know if there are going to be more women on the council. But the second time that we see her is that she's part of Copycat's crew. She's the tech person. She was the one running all the computers in the system. We don't really know much about .com otherwise, other than, yeah, they needed a lady villain joke, but at least she's got a fun design, and she actually does stuff compared to other villains. I'm going to put her into C tier. I'm going to put her just going to put her above Radical Left. Okay, next up, oh boy. This is Dr. Septipus. Dr. Septipus was a throwaway villain used when the Monarch was in jail. He was, he's being held in the supervillain prison, where all the convicts are, of course, supervillains. He's a six-armed man. That's about it. He got put in jail because he did something that the guild couldn't bail him out of it. F tier, right above Bug Samurai. He's a six-armed scientist. That's about it. Oh boy. Okay. Gonna slightly diverge from the going in alphabetical order because now I feel like I need to play another clip for this one because now I need to talk about the Doom Factory. So when the Monarch was doing his whole when the Monarch was when there was the whole Fiends and Friends package thing going on, the Monarch lost his arching right and was going by the Blue Morpho. There was a particular villain group that was going to be filling in for okay, just one moment. That was going to be filling in for doing the arching kind of stuff, and they're an interesting group. I feel like I can't really describe these individual members. Instead, I'm just going to
within the bleak and
no, one moment. I think I need to play the clip for them. Give me just a moment. I know I'm probably playing with fire with a clip, but honestly, this clip will explain this particular. This is a group called the Doom Factory. They are one of the dumbest and possibly funniest parodies in Venture Brothers. They are the Doom Factory.
Deep within the bleak and dismal Gowanus Canal, hidden beneath its murky waters, lies the headquarters of the most sinister crime collective in New York, the Doom Factory. Here, 10 of the most ruthlessly self-involved villains on Earth loosely align forces against the powers of good. The cold-hearted ice sculptress Frigid. The toxic tongue of Serpentine.
Oh, look, everyone. Poor little rich girl needs attention.
Miniature Muse Eeny Meeny and Gerard the Gorilla. The watchful Black Mariah and Trashenstein the Exquisite Corpse. Ultra-violent and Billy Maine. The feminine yet gigantic She-Hemoth and the bittersweet Hard Candy. All sycophantic clingers on to the evil genius of Wes Warhammer.
Hey, so, guys, we should get Dr. Venture.
So, yes. That's the Doom Factory. Possibly the dumbest Legion of Doom parody I've ever seen. They are basically just an entire parody of the postmodern art movement. And I'm going to rank each of them individually, starting with Wes Warhammer. This is supervillain Andy Warhol. I don't really have much more to say about it. I mean, it's supervillain Andy Warhol. This is Wes Warhammer, who is just... Okay, I'm probably, like, flinging a little bit high for this one, because I actually do really like Andy Warhol paintings, but... It's just, like, the whole bit that they do with the Doom Factory is that they're postmodern villains, where their arching is super unusual. They make their first threat by sending a tape to the Venture Tower that's just footage of the tower playing for 4 hours straight until finally cutting into horrifying jumble mess saying the Doom Factory is coming to get them. And then they show up and just start throwing a party in the penthouse. And, oh boy. And just, okay, I want to rank each of them individually because of the cleverness of their parodies, but yes, this is, so first off, Wes Warhammer is the leader. His whole arching scheme is that he tricks Venture into doing a postmodern, like, experimental film, naked, and then wanders off board because, you know, the muse moved on, which was what Andy Warhol was kind of very famous for doing, being very fickle with his muses. And they just kind of rob him during the whole thing, leaving Dr. Venture just confused the whole time. He's dumb. It's very dumb, but very funny, because I'm a sucker for postmodern. So, instead of just going through each and every single one of them, like, overall, I'm gonna still just, like, rank, I won't do the full breakdown, but let's start, I will just say, put at the very top, Wes Warhammer, A tier, right beneath Brick Frog. Let's see, I'll put, okay, so Frigid, the parody of, what was her name? Bridget Berlin, who's a socialite, big socialite, and parody of Captain Cold. Fun design, although I could do less without the bra thing. I'm going to put her right here. I kind of, how would we feel if I just made an entire tier just for the Doom Factory? Screw it, I'm going to do it. Like, I'm going to rank the individual members of the Doom Factory separately. It's very, like, they're dumb, but they're fun kind of dumb. Let me just change the color. Set it to purple. Oop, too far. I'm going to put, let's see, Brigid. Serpentine for being the most talkative. Serpentine's the parody of Ondine and Sinestro, or possibly the Riddler. Eeny Meeny, parody of Edie Sedgwick and Bumblebee. Gonna put her right up here. Gerard the Gorilla, parody of Gerard Malanga and Gorilla Grodd. I'm gonna put him at the bottom of this one. Black Mariah. Black Mariah, parody of Black Manta and, what was his name again? Oh yeah, Paul Morrissey, the cameraman. Gonna put him right here. It was really funny when you mentioned when you mentioned the Brick Frog costume looks a little bit like Black Manta, and I knew that Black Mariah was coming up. Trashenstein, the Exquisite Corpse, played by, like being a parody of Joe D'Alessandro and Solomon Grundy. Putting him right here at the bottom. Ultraviolent, parody of Ultraviolet. Gonna put her right here. Oh, and also Star Sapphire. Billy Mame, parody of Billy Name and Cheetah. Gonna put him right here as well, just next to and yeah, gonna put She-Hemoth, the parody of famous transsexual star Holly Woodland and Giganta. Gonna put her right here. And Hard Candy, parody of Candy Darling and Bizarro. God, I love the Doom Factory. They're one of my favorite dumb jokes of Venture Brothers. And sadly, they all died in an explosion when their secret lair blew up with all of them inside of it. Blue Morpho. But yeah, that's the Doom Factory. Back to the regularly scheduled losers. Alright, now we have the Egoist. The Egoist is a recurring background supervillain. He's a mentalist, uses mind manipulation powers and hypnosis. Doesn't really do anything otherwise. He's just kind of a recurring background character. Friends with Sergeant Hatred, apparently, so that's a fun thing to think about. The only real fun thing I can remark about is that he was part of a joke where, like, where Monarch and Henchman 21 were like, hypnosis doesn't work, and he turns to Race and goes, sleep, and they immediately collapse. That's about it. Egotist, I'm gonna put maybe in like probably low D tier. I'm gonna put him above Chairman WoW and Boggles. All right, next up is. Next up, we have. Let me shrink this down so we can get it down to size. I swear, I wish we could auto frame these. This is getting annoying. Come on, a little bit more. A little bit more. Let me show the people. Let me show the people. There we go. This is Flying Squid. He's a man in a squid costume. Apparently he controls all those tentacles, but that's about it. We don't really know much about Flying Squid, other than he's apparently friends with the Monarch and late villain Sri Lankan Devilbird, and apparently might be in a relationship with Antimatter, given that the only other picture we see with Antimatter is him soaking his feet in the tub with her. I don't know. Flying Squid's just kind of there. Very much like the kind of C-list villain that you would expect. Gonna put it maybe. I'm gonna put him at the bottom, like above Alien Villain, like below Alien Villain. There we go. That seems like a good spot. Okay. Now after Flying Squid, let's put you away. No, here's a dumb. Here's a example dumb one-off character. This is Franklin Delano Disco. It's just a disco-themed FDR. That's about really it. I mean, he shows up at Don Hell's club one time, and just kind of exists. He can do tricks on his disco ball wheels, and I think he got punched in the throat by Brock Sampson, but that's not really a prize. That's consolation. Wait, did I not put Franklin? Dang it, I didn't put him on the list. Okay, there we go. He's living his best life. I love this place. Yeah, he got punched in the throat, and that's about it. Doesn't really do any villain stuff. I'm gonna put him on F tier above Dr. Septipus. Alright, next up is Galactron. Another recurring background character. He I'd say like the best thing I could initially describe him as he looks like a sentry. And apparently he likes to hook up with men at Don Hell's. Don't ask me how that works. I'm not sure how it works. He's apparently a level 3 terror bot, but most people just know him because he does one-night stands at Don Hells. He's kind of an asshole. Doesn't even get a line of dialogue. F tier. Gonna put him right below Dr. Septipus. Alright, here's a weird one. This is Giant Indian. Okay, so this is a parody villain of rather forgotten DC superhero by the name of Chief Apache, who's got the power of growth, where he can make himself giant. But Giant Indian cannot do that. He was a member. He was a villain trying to join the Revenge Society, and well, his quote unquote giant growth power is standing on his toes. I don't even have anything more to say about that. He just kind of sucks. I don't think he's even Native American. F tier. Putting him above Dr. Septipus. We did see him at the Dunwich Asylum, but that was probably just so they could recreate a scene from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Okay, now, next up we have the Hammerhead Abomination. For the longest time, I thought this guy was Manta Claus, but no, that's, this is the Hammerhead Abomination. He's a recurring background character. He looks like that. I think every existence of this man is probably sheer agony. I don't know why, but I feel like if you slap him, he'd start screaming. Shows up in a lot of background shots, mostly. He just kind of is there. I know he apparently left the Guild of Calamitous Intent to join the mutant, the lab experiment paradise known as Erg. But, I don't know. I don't really have much to say about the Hammerhead Abomination. I'm going to put him in F tier, like right below Galactron. I'm sorry, man. Every moment of your existence must be hell, but you're just kind of there. Now we got Orangutan! He is Orangutan! He's the first villain to start trying to arch Dr. Venture when Wide Whale puts in the feeds and family packages. This man is aggro as hell. I mean, first thing we see him is he puts a gun to Sergeant Hatred's head and holds him hostage, and starts screaming at people to fight him. I mean, given that his name is Harangatang, of course it is, but I like that he just does not give a fuck about anything. He screams, insults people to their faces, and tells them to strike me! Strike me! And then they do. And then he kicks their ass. Sergeant Hatred gives him a fucking right hook to the face, and he responds by headbutting him so hard he puts him in the hospital. Ends up in a bit of a pissing contest with Brock in front of the building. It's just the two of them screaming about which one of them is going to throw the first punch. It's pretty funny. And until, like, Wariana, local superhero, shows up, Wonder Woman parody, comes up, knocks Orangutan on the back of the head, is like, you two are just having a pissing contest, quit it. Eventually, Orangutan does come back, like, trying to arch again after hours, in which Dr. Venture, wonderful person of ethics he is, at the same time in the episode, he's trying to develop a mind control gas, which he manages to make from a gas that apparently gives people religious villains. God gas is what they call it. And he decides, hey, there's a supervillain down here pissing me off. Guinea pig! Poor bastard gets gassed in the face with God gas and tries to throw Dr. Venture and Billy Quizboy into a open hole that was made by Wide Whale earlier. And it was almost going well. I mean, they had it under control, sort of, except Brock also got blasted with God gas and went to go and have sex with Wariana. It was a whole thing. And that's when the Blue Morpho finally showed up for the first time. Blue Morpho showed up, and, well, Henchman 21, who was posing as Kano, punched him in the orangutan in the jaw, and he fell in the hole, breaking his neck. Behold, the first victim of the Blue Morpho murders. This poor bastard. At the very least, he doesn't have to deal with Battle Axe anymore. Orangutan's funny if for a one-off joke, but I mean, he's just kind of annoying and rude. He's that annoying guy you'd find outside of a sports stadium wanting to pick a fight with literally everyone. I'm gonna put him in B tier, below Phage. Okay, after Orangutan, now that we can get him out of the way, I think we are on to... fun background character. This is 8-Bit. First off, I just want to say I love that name, 8-Bit, for a tech-themed villain. That's fantastic. 8-Bit was a recurring background character who showed up in a bunch of other episodes, just kind of there. You know, they just needed a weird tech villain. But later down the line, they decide, hey, weird tech villain who was around in the 80s, you know what he should have done? He should have been part of the same crew that tried to take Gargantua 1. And was one of the 3 survivors. That's it. That's all I can really say about him. I like his design, and he was there at the Movie Night Massacre. That's about it. I'm gonna say, like, he's a recurring background gag, so I'm gonna put him, like, maybe in the bottom of D tier. That's about it. I like his head. That's the highest praise I can give him. I like his head. Helicoptero. Literally a one-off background villain when there was a reveal that the Monarch had been secretly working as a henchman for multiple supervillains. This is one of his former bosses, and we have never seen anything else of him otherwise. He is a man in a stupid-looking helicopter suit. I mean, look at this thing! I mean, this is one of the dumbest supervillain suits that I've ever seen. Look at his head. It's like, when you look better, when you can make villains like Stiltman look better than you, you're doing something horribly wrong. And I realize he's not on there. Like, Helicoptero. There we go. Helicoptero is going into F tier after, before Hammerhead Abomination. Sorry. You're absolutely stupid. I hate your design. Get out of here. Alright, here we have Hogfish. A very fun background character who showed up in the later halves of the series. Just look at him. This guy looks like he'd fight the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I don't really got anything else to say otherwise. Apparently he's a movie buff. He's got cool Ghost in the Shell goggles. He's a hogfish man. I really wish I could say more about him. I'm gonna put him in D tier below 8-Bit. Okay. Alright, now we're gonna get weird. Musician Iggy Pop! As in, yes, Iggy Pop, let me see if I, let me see if I, pardon me. I've been putting an L there. Iggy Pop, the guy who wrote The Passenger and Lust for Life and Punk Rocker. He was a supervillain. Moreover, he was one of the 2 right-hand men of the Sovereign. He apparently has the power to create condensed spheres of energy and make them explode. He went, he was also one of the 2 agents who went rogue during the Battle of Cremation Creek, working for the Sovereign. He believed that he killed the Sovereign, and thought he blew him up and stole his cigarettes, which, well, it turned out those cigarettes were actually the Sovereign. So I don't know. I think it's just more funny to say that yes, music's songwriter and singer Iggy Pop is a supervillain. I can put him in C tier above. I'm gonna put him above Don Hell. He got thrown off a helicopter, so Apparently his powers are an homage to an X-Men character named Boom Boom, so... Alright, so next up, we have the Intangible Fancy. Intangible Fancy is a ghost supervillain. He speaks in a very wispy and wispish sort of ghost style. That's about it. He's a ghost villain. He occasionally speaks in weird, like, kind of code phrases every now and then. Last time we ever really saw him, he was being put on trial by the Council of 13 for smuggling contraband after murdering 2 FBI agents. That's about it. I don't really have much to say. I think it's interesting that he was a recurring character because... I'm guessing that he was a recurring character because this kind of, like, ghost silhouette was a really easy character design for them. I'm going to put him in... I'm going to put him in D tier. I'm going to put him above Curse. Okay, here's an interesting one. This is Iron Anvil, which fucking blow it up. Let me fix this. There we go. Iron Anvil, metal villain. Yeah, here we got some actual concept stuff for you because this is the ink reference. Metal, like Iron Man villain, has hammers for hands and also bolt nipples. I love that his costume is so tiny that he does not cover his giant bolt nipples. I don't really have much to say about Iron Anvil. I think he's just he's a weird, kind of dumb, but very funny design character. They use him in a one-off joke where it says that he's got a weakness to water because he was standing in the same room as a villain named Stormfront. Gonna put him in D tier below Hogfish. Doesn't even, he doesn't even, he doesn't even really do anything. Gonna put him below Helicoptero. Okay. Alright, next up is another dumb reference character. This was another villain that the Monarch worked for when he was a henchman. Joseph in his amazing Technicolor nightmare coat. The single image is all we have of him. You know, if you've ever heard of Joseph in his amazing Technicolor dream coat, this is Joseph in his amazing Technicolor nightmare coat. Putting him above Helicoptero. Okay, next up, here we have Jägermeister. If there ever was a wasted character design and then make a villain based on the Jägermeister mascot, it would be him. I'm not saying that because Jägermeister mascot is an elk, but I don't know. I think I'm the better elk-themed villain. Wouldn't you agree? All we ever see him doing is get sloshed in ye old battle axe, and that's about it. I'm gonna put him in. I'm putting him in an F tier, above Hammerhead Abomination. Mostly because he's got a unique design at the very least. Actually, above Galactron. Okay, oh boy, difficult one to talk about. King Gorilla. Give me just a moment to resize this picture. King Gorilla. Hey, okay, this is a interesting character. You ever notice that superhero series are really obsessed with making gorillas into supervillains? I wonder what that says about it. Anyway, King Gorilla was introduced as part of the inmates at the supervillain prison. He was being held there because we actually know what his crime was. So the supervillains being sent to prison are usually responsible for crimes that the guild would not cover for them, so they couldn't get out of jail and serving a jail sentence. King Gorilla, he was arrested while he was apparently starring on the live-action reality TV show The Surreal Life, and apparently he attacked co-star Vince Neil eviscerated him and yeah, sodomized his lower half. Yeah, not even a sugarcoat it. The whole shtick with Prison Gorilla is he's the prison. That guy. You know the one. I'm just going to put it simply and say when he got out of prison and was given a joke shirt, it said statutory ape. And I'm just going to leave it at that. He was apparently like in a adjacent cell to the Monarch, and the two of them had, I don't know if I want to call it a friendship, given what he repeatedly tried to do to the Monarch, but he was able to get the Monarch out of prison. Mostly because he believes the power of love, but I don't know what to do with that for a man who, well, he's a, well, sexually active gorilla, to say the least. But probably the more tragic thing about King Gorilla is that when he made a deal with the investors. If you remember them from a little while back, he had made a bargain with the investors to get out of jail. Conveniently, shortly afterward, well, before the conveniently, he made the deal that when he died, he would give the investors his heart. Almost conveniently afterwards, King Gorilla got lung cancer. Yeah, I feel bad for King Gorilla, really. I mean, aside from the whole sodomy thing, but that's unfortunate. I'm going to put him in B tier, right beneath Orangutan. Okay, next up we have Klaus Nomi, another one of the musician supervillains. Klaus Nomi, very prominent German opera synth musician, worked as a henchman and bodyguard, supervillain and bodyguard to the Sovereign. He was the other villain who betrayed the Sovereign alongside Iggy Pop. He apparently has flight and sonokinetic powers. I will say the funniest thing about him is when they presumably kill the Sovereign, and his response is, "Ding dong, the queen bitch is dead." Unfortunately, Klaus Nomi also died after having his head exploded by containing his own sonic scream. So, I don't know. I'm going to put him slightly above... yeah, I'm going to put him above Iggy Pop, because he at least did a little bit more. Okay. Laugh Riot. Laugh Riot is another one of those Dark Age Guild villains, a part of the group that went and tried to rob Gargantua 1. I just think it's very funny that they decided to make a parody of the comedian here, you know, the comedian from Watchmen, and they made him Laugh Riot. It's a freaking funny name. I don't know why. I like it. Interestingly enough, he's the one who suggested the "let's rob Gargantua 1" plan, or at least he made it as a joke. I like his design. He's a very fun design character. I like his combination of riot gear and clown attire. It's a very distinct kind of thing. I could see this guy being a villain in like The Tick or something. I don't know. I'm gonna put him above the Egotist, mostly because I think his design is awesome. Alright, now we've got, Maestro Wave. Maestro Wave was another one of those Fiends and Family villains, depicted here not in his costume, because the first time we ever see him, he and another villain, who was also the plan, were kidnapped by Henchman 21 and locked in a Saw 1 style bathroom. He apparently had been locked up there for weeks, and, well, there were only other... when the other person woke up with him, there was an entire pile of dead bodies, all with giant... This is going to get weird when I say it. Giant bite mark gouges out of their butt cheeks. Maestro Wave here had been surviving for weeks, eating butt meat. He is a butt eater. And yet he didn't think to get out, because, despite the fact that he's got magic fire powers. I don't know, I wish I could really say more about Microwave other than he did go crazy and try and... yes, he's the loathsome butt eater. But I will say, fun cameo given that he was voiced by comedian Misha Collins. So that was at least funny. He ended up getting murdered by Red Death as sort of a mercy killing, because he did kind of go crazy and eat all those butts. So, I don't know. I'm going to put Microwave in C tier because of the whole, again, the butt stuff. That feels so weird to say out of context. Don't clip the butt stuff. I'm going to put him above Baron Underbite and below Radical Left. Alright. Okay. Manosaurus. Reptilian dinosaur man. Found dead, caught in the electric fence. I literally put it on here because his name is Manosaurus, and that happened. That is... sad. Like, literally just... F tier. We don't even get to see him. I'm putting him below Bug Samurai. Literally, what kind of villain gets stuck in the electric fence? It's not a moth, he's a reptile. Alright, Mechamouth. Got another one of the supervillains from the supervillain prison. Literally exists for a background gag, but I like his head. Look at his head. He looks like he's got like a flytrap mouth. He's some kind of steampunk horror creation. How do you think he's holding that cigarette? He ended up in jail, so he probably did something abhorrent. I don't know. Gonna put him above Manosaurus in F tier. Alright, here we go. We got another unnamed villain. This is the unnamed mentalist villain with a purple cape. This guy is another recurring background character. Shows up in a lot of shots. Was apparently part of a cut plotline involving the Egoist and Sergeant Hatred. Just kind of there. I don't know. I wish I could really talk about the mentalist villain. He's just kind of there. I'm going to put him into F tier because he doesn't even have a name. So, hooray, congratulations. You're going to be above you're going to go above Mechamouth because you actually had more than one appearance. Here we have Mr. Monday. Another one of the prison inmates of the supervillain prison. He's a nutcase who's obsessed with Monday. You know, like if Calendar Man only did 1/7 of his job. He wanted to. He was apparently part of it. He was part of the breakout scheme with Dr. Septipus, King Gorilla, and the Monarch, but he only would do it if they did it on a Monday. So I don't know. At least he's committed to his bit. Gonna go in F tier, putting him above. Gonna put him between. I'm gonna put him above Galactron and Jägermeister. Oh dear. Oh boy. Do I want to immediately start talking about him? Or should I do a couple more smaller characters? I think, yeah, I'm going to wait a little bit, get a couple more characters out of the way before I start to talk about him. Let's talk about, instead, Monstroso. A literal giant, who is possibly the most dangerous thing of all, a supervillain lawyer. He is the master of the dirty double cross, the bureaucratic paper cut. He is a like, he is a dangerous, dangerous man. He has the power of attorney, of law, and he knows all the legal loopholes that allows villains to stay active. All through the conspicuous control of the Mammoth Corporation. Also, yes, he literally looks like Mephistopheles, so... well, Mephistopheles is if you were a giant. Monstroso was one of the biggest fish in the guild. In fact, for the longest while, we thought the investors worked for this guy. First time we ever really saw saw Monstroso, he was involved in a scheme with the Monarch to try and use like paperwork to cripple venture industries and take it over, which turned out to be a double cross because Monstroso worked the paperwork to, acquire all of his assets and everything, and arching rights and all that kind of stuff. He's a scumbag, but a giant scumbag, so respectable for that. But the other time we see him, the major stuff, is that Monstroso was dying. Because, gigantism is a very fatal condition. Most people can't survive long enough because their organs aren't strong enough to handle their bodies. So you remember a while back when I said that that King Gorilla gave up his heart to get out of jail? This is who it's going to. Monstroso made a deal with the investors to get King Gorilla's heart in exchange for something. We never really confirmed what. So he kidnapped Billy Quizboy to have illegal surgery be performed on him out in the ocean, and then was captured by Sphinx. Well, the reformed Sphinx. It's a long story. But notably, when I said he was also captured by the OSI, where he planned to reveal the information about the Council of 13. In fact, he's the reason that Boggles the Clue Clown got exposed, because he was the one who told the OSI about it. And then, unfortunately, he had a bit of a fall. Poor bastard. I will say this, I do like Monstroso. Like, there's a lot more to him. Like, he apparently does have a bit of a childish side to him. Like, before he has his surgery, he spends the day with Billy, like, just playing games. Like, they play racquetball together, play giant checkers, bumper cars, which is kind of terrifying when the fact that Monstroso's own bumper car is probably the size of an actual truck. But he was an interesting character. I quite liked Monstroso a lot. I'm gonna put him into A tier, just below Vendetta, actually. Okay. Did I ever say when the music references were gonna stop? No? Well, here's the next one. Another superhero villain. I'm just gonna immediately say his full name. Mr. Fahrenheit, the Supersonic Man. Freddie Mercury supervillain with super speed. Honestly, possibly one of my favorite jokes. It's Mr. Fahrenheit, the Supersonic Man. I'm gonna make a supersonic man out of you. He was one of the Dark Age villains. Yet they call him Mr. Fahrenheit. He's traveling at the speed of light. Gonna make a supersonic man out of you. Woo! Boy. Right. Fun background character. Apparently, they introduce him getting a cup of coffee, draining it, and then immediately dashing off to get another one. He was part of the Dark Ages Guild, and of course, part of the team that went to Gargantua 2. To Gargantua 1. And unfortunately, he was one of the casualties of movie night. Freddie Mercury got sucked into space. Poor bastard. What a shame. Honestly, I think I just want to put Mr. Fahrenheit pretty high up there just for the joke of his name. I'm going to put him in B tier, just below King Gorilla. Okay, now we have... Okay, got a tiny version. This is Notorious Headface. Recurring background character. Really dumb MODOK knockoff. F tier. Going right below Helicoptero. Actually, going right below Iron Anvil. It just looks terrible. I do not like his design at all. It just looks horrendous. The more I look at it, the more I want to crush something. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, let me see who's next. The Omega Ape. Another recurring background character, repeatedly seen just appearing. I think he's supposed to be a reference to the Omega Men and Planet of the Apes. He just kind of shows up in the background a lot, doesn't really do much. I think he was part of Erg for a little while. I don't know, I think I'm gonna put him in D tier, like below Hogfish. His design is distinct enough, but he doesn't really do anything. Here we got Plugface Guy. Yep, that's his name. That's Plugface Guy. He has he's got a plug for a face. He's got electric powers. He got his face nearly caved in by Brock Sampson. I think he like almost died from stepping in water that one time. Gotta put him right below the Egotist and Chairman Wow. Alright, now I can talk to him about a fun one. I swear I'm gonna get the resizing right with these next ones. Let's shrink it down. Shrink it down. There we go. Presto Changeo, a shapeshifter supervillain voiced by Mark Hamill. Which, if I had $1 for every time Mark Hamill voiced a funny clown character, I'd probably have a couple of dollars. He seems to do that often. But not really. He's not a Joker parody. No, this boy right here is a parody of the Impossible Man, one of the most divisive Marvel characters ever written. Presto Changeo is fun. He shows up as part of the Steal the Teleporter crew. Very talented shapeshifter, can turn into absolutely anything, with the caveat of he can't hide his colors or change his pigment and all that. He did rather well for himself. He almost made it out alive. And then he thought he'd be funny and turn himself into a Stairmaster and try and trap Brock Sampson. And then Brock pulled out his knife and stabbed him in the face. We don't know if he's actually dead or not. He might still be alive. The Impossible Man is already famously hard enough to kill, but I don't know. I think I'm more just like enjoy Presto Changeo for being a Mark Hamill character. So I'm going to put him in C tier below Underbite. Okay, here we go. Another one. This is a dumb character, but I love his joke. This is Purple Rose. He's a multi-layered parody. There are layers to this guy. He looks like Pete Rose, a baseball Hall of Famer who was famously thrown out of the Hall of Fame for gambling on his own games. His uniform looks like the baseball Furies from the Warriors, and his name is Purple Prose. And the one time we see him is a joke when they want to see like what would they want from the new Council of 13. His first answer after a African American man says more people of color, he gets up and immediately screams, "And more people of color!" It's an extremely dumb joke. Like, very dumb. Purple Rose is such a dumb character. We don't even see him do any villain stuff, but the layers to his joke make me laugh. Gonna put him in D tier. Gonna put him right way beneath alien villain. Alright, now we got the Ramburglar. That's exactly what I can say. It's the Ramburglar. Big man, horns, physically violent, smash and grab specialist, parody name of the Hamburglar, who is cute and marketable. Oh, one moment, please. I'm getting a call from the office. I will be right back. Alright, sorry about that. I'm back. I had to call, make sure everything was alright at the on the factory floor and all that. Where was I? Oh yeah, Ramburglar. He was part of the steal the teleporter plot. Most notable thing about this sucker is that he got his head stuck in the teleporter and got decapitated because of it. Poor bastard. He did almost survive a Brock Sampson encounter, so I'll give him that. I'm going to put him in D. Right about here, between the Nerve and Bearded Spectre. Okay, who's next? Ah! This is a fun character. This is Redusa. Well, you know what? I'm going to let you guess. Her name is Redusa, and she's a Gorgon villain. What do you think her superpowers are? While you're figuring out the superpowers, she was actually the first name on Wide Whale's Fiends and Family package. But she was also, like, not the first one to get killed. Also, yes, her power is shrinking. She has, like, shrink vision. This was before the Blue Morpho stuff happened, so the Monarch and Henchman 21 just kind of broke into her house and told her to sign her arching rights away because she doesn't pay her dues. I really wish I could really say more about Redusa. She's got an interesting design. But I think the funniest thing I can really say is that she had a fling at one point with Red Mantle. And when they rekindled at Wide Whale's party, Dragoon tried to encourage them to go all the way, and, well, let me just put it this way. Redusa doesn't do threesomes, and, didn't really want... She shrank Dragoon's head. I wish I could describe better, but for some reason, every time I see that scene, it makes me laugh hysterically. I don't know. I'm gonna put her in, like, in D tier somewhere, maybe right about... Yeah, I'm gonna put her right between the Plug and Chairman WoW. Okay, next up... Oh, dang it, they keep on making it so huge! Come on now. There we go. This is Scary Nilsson. He was a friend of Dr. Z during his wild days. I don't really have much more to say other than he's a parody of the songwriter Harry Nilsson. Like, Harry Nilsson, if he were Wolfman. We don't even really see him do much except get drunk and vomit all over the place, so I'm going to put him in F tier. Like, just above Joseph in his Technicolor nightmare coat. Scorpio. Okay, here's a fun character design. Scorpio is a scorpion-based supervillain who has Scorpio astrology symbology. Very fun design for this guy. Very much leans into the scorpion look. Might have been the arch nemesis of Captain Sunshine at one point, or at least very antagonistic to him, as given the first time we ever see him with Captain Sunshine is when he's making remarks about the new Wonder Boy and nearly got his head caved in by his giant scorpion tail vehicle. I really don't, like, a fun design, fun appearance, does kind of show up a lot. I don't really have much other than that. I mean, there is some stuff related to Sergeant Hatred about him, but we'll get to him when I talk about Sergeant Hatred. I like his design, I like his aesthetic, he's got a cool vehicle. I love supervillains who have themed vehicles and all that kind of stuff. Gonna put Scorpio... I'm gonna put him above Curse between the Intangible Fancy. Alright, let's do another minor villain. This is Shameface. You know how, like, some prisons do, like, those, like, we send you to jail, like, send, like, troublemaking students to jail to warn them, like, this is what happens when you do crime, this kind of stuff? Yeah, they do that for the supervillain one, and Shameface was basically, like, talking to the, like, these punks about, like, hey, I got burns all over because I got no super plasma accident and I became a villain. That's it. I don't really know anything else other than Shameface. He got put in jail. He doesn't even have a costume. He just looks like a burn victim. F tier above Iron Anvil. Okay. Let's go with... another one of Dr. Z's old friends. The Shrill Spectre. Sonic-based supervillain parodying, okay, interesting case, because this guy was a parody of Phil Spector. A music producer was famous for The Wall of Sound, and also the real-world murder of Lana Clarkson? So I don't know how to feel about this character. I mean, it's a cool design. I like the coat, but I don't know. Shrill Spectre feels weird. Gonna put him just above. I'm gonna put him below Scary Nils. Actually, above Scary Nils because we see him actually do something. I'm gonna put him right above the Hammerhead Abomination. Okay, who's next? Ah, yes. Sri Lankan Devilbird. This poor bastard. In the period where the Monarch was in jail and no one was arching Dr. Venture, a bunch of no-name villains kind of showed up to try and harass the Ventures and, you know, get the arching credit in. Sri Lankan Devilbird was one of those. He, got tied to his own car by Brock Sampson and road hauled across the Venture compound. They never found his body, but eventually they reused his costume as part of a disguise to infiltrate Don Hells. I just feel bad for Sri Lankan Devilbird. This guy is as D tier as it comes. He doesn't even have he doesn't have 4 arms. 2 of those arms are fake. I'm gonna put him in D tier. I'm gonna put him right above the unnamed egotist villain with the cape. The unnamed mentalist villain, I mean. All right. Now we got Stormfront. Hey, I love a good weather villain, especially since I like this weather villain better than the other super character named Stormfront. I don't want to talk about the boys, but yeah. This guy, now this is like how you do a weather-based looking villain. Got the lightning designs, the goggles, the hair. Definitely a good villain design. I can see this guy showing up in something else. He was part of the committee to find Zeus, which that's a whole story and a half. But he does have a confirmed kill on his now. Apparently, he was responsible for accidentally killing a superhero by the name of the Candyman, because, well, he's a storm and rain-based villain fighting against a sugar-based superhero. What do you think would happen? D tier, gonna put him above Flying Squid. Oh, I missed one. Stab Girl. Stab Girl's got a wild design, don't she? She was another one of those villains who was part of the Guild Dark Age. There's a lot of references with her. Apparently, she's like a combination of Tank Girl, Wendy O. Williams from the Plasmatics, and modern Harley Quinn. Because the whole scene was basically like a Suicide Squad thing. Very funny, because Gargantua won. Yep, but she was part of the Gargantua 1 attack, and unfortunately, the victim of the Movie Night Massacre, which Red Death very vividly and horrifyingly describes her death as she exhaled in space. Yeah. Poor Stab Girl. Gotta put her D tier. Like, above, like, probably, like, below Laugh Riot. There we go. Okay, now we have Sensational. A villain who was around for a single joke of walks in the front of somebody and says, "Excuse me, coming through," and a cavalcade of planet-based supervillains follow him. I like his giant, stupid head, but that's about it. I don't know. I like his giant head. Gonna put him in F tier because we don't really see him afterwards. Gonna put him right here between Joseph and Helicoptero. Alright, next up we have the Sea Anemone. Anemone. I'm okay. Right, the Sea Anemone. Anemone. Fuck! The Sea Anemone. I'm going crazy. The Sea Anemone. There we go. Nautical-based supervillain. Apparently, he was one of the people that the Monarch worked for back when he was a henchman. I don't know how much else. He looks like he was a Navy villain. Has an outfit. He's got feeler fingers. I'm going crazy. D tier, because we at least see more of him. I'm going to put him above Omega Ape and Hogfish. Alright. The Termite! Hey, this poor bastard. Remember when I, Okay. So, remember when I said that Microwave got locked in the basement with another guy? Yeah, this is the other guy. This is the Termite, another supervillain who was part of the Feats and Friendship program. Fiends and Friendship. What am I talking about? I'm going crazy. Fiends and Family package. Notably, he's a termite-based supervillain. Has a helmet that allows him to eat through any material. Which, of course, when Microwave realizes when the both of them realize that each other are supervillains, and he realizes that this guy is the Termite, the Microwave immediately suggests. Like, he makes the proclamation of, you can eat us out of here. Eat me out. I mean, wait. You know what I mean. You know, that stupid joke, which, of course, can't work without the helmet, so... Yeah, they got locked in the basement. They had they had a turkey dinner together after realizing that it wasn't poisoned. Unfortunately, then, Then Meisterwave beat him to death with a pipe and then ate his butt. You know, that unfortunateness. Poor guy. I'm going to put him in C tier beneath Presto Change-O. At least he has the funny line of screaming, "Help! He's a butt eater!" Okay. Next up, after the termite, we have... Oh, look, another victim of the Blue Morpho. There we go. The Wandering Spider. Wandering Spider is another. He was a sort of a very inactive level 10 villain, kind of a little bit Doc Ock access because he's got mechanical spider legs growing out of his back, that kind of stuff. Very very one-off kind of thing. But his whole deal was that they wanted to time the Blue Morpho wanted to time his murder just right with an eclipse, while the Monarch was also like away doing a low-level arch to make it look like he's actually doing his job. They catch him. 21 catches him in an homage to Silence of the Lambs, so that's at least something. But I don't know. The most we really have about Wandering Spider is that he gets a really kind of like admittedly kind of dark murder where he's told to dig his own grave and call his wife to let him know where he is. And then Gary kills him. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but his scene is more impactful than the character, I would say. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna put him a little bit high D tier because the scene is a little bit more impactful. I'm gonna put him right above Battle Axe. My brain is not starting to erode. I'm just getting loaded. Okay, here we go. Fun villain. Fun villain time. Think Tank. Which, yeah. This is the Think Tank. You know, I was like ragging on Notorious Headface for being a shitty MODOK-style villain. This is a good MODOK-style villain. Think Tank, otherwise known as Professor Nadaba, is a hyper-intelligent supervillain with psionic powers and a cannon. He was also part of the Fiends and Friends program to Arch Dr. Venture, which, admittedly, very fun exchange where he talks to Dr. Venture very methodically and intelligently, talking about how he is tired of fighting muscle-bound half-meats, or half-brains, to, like, you know, genius villain getting really tired of fighting muscle villains. But he's like, yes, you are an actual scientist. We shall have a true battle of wits. And he pulls out a chessboard. And Dr. Venture looks at him and is like, oh, I don't actually play chess. And he just gets kind of flustered. He's like, oh, wait, oh no, I didn't think this far ahead. And he's like, do you have any other games like there, like a Parcheesi or checkers? It's just like a dumb little exchange. And then him and Brock fight. Brock takes a high-velocity cannon shot directly to the chest, saying he can dodge it, but I don't know, it's a fun one, very fun exchange. Does unfortunately end with him getting run over by Battle Axe driving the orangutan. He survived, though. He's just in a coma in critical condition. Poor bastard. I'm going to put him in A tier, actually. I'm going to put him above West Warhammer, because he's actually entertaining. Okay, after Think Tank, oh god, another prisoner. We got Tigerific. Tigerific is another inmate prisoner. He was arrested as part of, and put in supervillain jail. He was part of the Monarch's breakout crew, but there was the only really remarkable thing about him was a joke about how he was initially put on the job of ripping the prison bars open, but, all his super strength comes from his tiger suit, which he has no powers for. And everyone's like, but dude, you're like, we saw you tear a news van in half with your bare hands. He's like, oh, it's all the suit. It's like, okay, well fine, you're on lookout, unless you need a special tiger helmet for that too. I don't know, dumb joke, but at least they actually get a joke out of him. High F tier, gonna put him at the top of it. The multiple F's in his name will give him high F. Alright, oh, here's a dumb little joke. This is Tiny Eagle. We haven't really had a shrunken villain on this list so far. Tiny Eagle is a aviation-based supervillain. First time we see him, he's flying a Tiny Eagle-shaped jet, working for the Guild. Second time, in this admittedly kind of cool costume, he was the lookout guy for Copycat as part of the Steal the Teleporter plan. He got good views in, found out about the teleporter, and then flew directly into Brock Sampson's face, started to initiate, puts into his call doing the whole Mayday, Mayday, initiate evasive maneuvers. Brock just grabs him and just crushes him between 3 fingers. It's kind of unceremonious, poor bastard. Alright, genuinely kind of sucks. His costume's cool, but, D-tier, putting him above Hogfish. Alright, okay, magic villain. We have Torrid. He's Torrid from the Torrid Zone. Nice fire villain. This guy is the arch nemesis of the Order of the Triad. Sorcerer, fire build. He looks kind of like if somebody took Deadman and Dormammu and slapped them together and made them Australian. Yeah, pause for a sip. Kind of an asshole. Most notable thing, like, how he gets his position for being the arch nemesis. After, like, the entire arduous interview process with all the other ones, he just flat out says, "Oh, no, I'm gonna be a villain. You know why? Dr. Orpheus, I kidnapped your daughter." And then they fought. And, apparently he kidnapped Dr. Orpheus's daughter after leaving a burning shit in the Venture bathroom, for lack of a better term. I don't know, you think if you were a fire guy, you'd have a lot of problems with the toilet? Who knows? Anyway, Torrid kind of died. He got a little bit too ambitious, opened a portal to hell, got sucked in, got spat out, and rescued by sort of wannabe John Constantine superhero by the name of the Outrider, and killed himself by screaming abracadabra and shutting down Outrider's brain. That's about it. Torrid is sadly dead, kind of died unceremoniously. At least he has a cool design. Another D tier. Actually, I'm going to put him in a little bit high C, like low C tier for actually killing somebody and actually doing some villainous shit. So good for him. Right. Next up is Trucules. Trucules. I literally have nothing really to say about Trucules. Everything you need to know about Trucules, you can just look right at him. At least you know he's amicable. Apparently he was the mentor for Dr. Girlfriend when she was just starting out and taught her how to hotwire cars. That's why he got invited to the wedding. Another D tier, gonna put you like above Purple Prose, and yeah, I'll put you above Alien Villain 2. Aziz Trucules. He does hit like a truck. I'm guessing that's one of his catchphrases, like when he's fighting. I am coming at you. I will hit you like a truck, and then just full body slams or something like that. Okay, next up is I think it's yeah. All right, now we got Tunnel Vision. Nice little digging-themed villain. Guy's got a drill for a head, drill for a hand, jackhammer for a hand. Find a funny little digging villain. A recurring background character. Mostly showed up a couple of times. Probably his funniest moment is when, like, during the whole the Blue Morpho scare, entire episode about, like, that is basically a Jaws parody, where, like, they're trying to figure out who's gonna kill the Blue Morpho and all that. And they do the whole, oh, somebody's caught the Blue Morpho thing, like when they do in Jaws with the, oh, we finally caught the shark. Where they just, like, they have a homeless person dressed in blue wearing a Halloween mask strung up, and they're like, Television's the one who got him. He got him on tunneling around Rat Island. He's like, yeah, he looks like Blue, he's a Morpho, and I got him. And Dr. Girlfriend is like, this is just, it's not even an actual like Blue Morpho, that's just a homeless guy. And he does a what? If you've ever seen Jaws, the whole scene is kind of stupid but very funny. I don't know, like, I wish I could say more about Tunnel Vision. He was part of the teleporter steal crew. He was teamed up with Ramburglar to drill into the subway walls during the passing subway. So, he's got that going for him. He survived, we think. I don't know. He's one of my more favorite recurring background characters. I just love his aesthetic. Let's see. I'm gonna put him right here above the beard. I'm gonna put him above the Nerve and like between him and Curse. All right. Oh boy. Turnbuckle. Oh boy, poor Turnbuckle. So, I mentioned the equally matched aggression system way back in the video. How you have villains and heroes that need to be paired off with one another to make sure that they are equally matched, to prevent accidents from happening. Turnbuckle is the reason it happened. Turnbuckle was just a guy, a man in a mask with boxing gloves, who thought, I'm gonna be a big man, kidnapped Rusty Venture, and tried to pick a fight with notable psychopath the Action Man. Did not even stand. That Action Man, I should note, former super soldier to mentor, like notable marksman, like take like a violent G.I. Joe character. That's the Action Man. And well, I mean, all of Team Venture were kind of psychopaths, but Turnbuckle puts up his fists, and Action Man just pistol whips him senselessly into the ground while poor little kid Rusty Venture is watching in horror. Get blood all over him and gets pulled right away. Turnbuckle. Oh, poor sweet Turnbuckle. Turned back, spat a bloody tooth, and said, "Kiss my ass." Click. Not equal. I just feel bad for Turnbuckle. Like, man, you had nothing. Like, you had a kind of cool name, but you had fucking nothing. No superpowers. You were a mid-tier boxer. And he got murdered. He just got gangland executed. Gotta put him in... I gotta put him in, like, in F tier. I'm putting him above Mechamouth and the Egotists. No, I'm gonna put him right here because at least there's more memorable stuff above. I don't know where. Dang it! I don't know where to put Turnbuckle. I feel bad for this guy. I feel like I should give him something. You know, top of F tier, above Tigerific because he had actual story input. I mean, sucks to be Turnbuckle, but hey, you gotta have someone at the bottom. Unicornelius. Another recurring background character. Unicorn Man. If you take off his shirt, he's got horseshoe tattoos. Right here, below Hammerhead Abomination. That's where I'm putting you. Oh boy, now I'm going to the unnamed villains, so... Another unnamed... Okay, here's, like, the next few villains have no names whatsoever. I want to see if you guys can come up with names for these guys. Here we have Unnamed Balding Villain. That is literally his whole thing. He's a recurring background character, looks like some kind of military type. I don't know. He's just kind of there. Don't really have anything to say about him otherwise. He's one of the unnamed reusable background characters. So he's going in F tier. Gonna put him above the Mentalist one. I don't know, like, I look at this guy and I think he's probably some kind of general or something, or maybe like a lieutenant. Like Lieutenant Claudius or something, I don't know. Okay. Next up... Oh, God, this character. I am obsessed with this guy's fucking design. He's another one of the unnamed characters. This is, as he's referred to, unnamed magician villain with atomic sign. I do not know why. I genuinely do not know why. I am obsessed with this fucking character. Why is he a magic character? Why does he have an atomic sign? What powers does he have? Are they radiation-based? Are they magic-based? Are they atomic? Is he a hazmat villain? Why does he have this cool look, but he's wasted on a background character? I want to know more about him. Tell me, Venture Brothers. Tell me, Titmouse Studios. Nuclear music. Look, this design goes hard. I want to. If I were to give him a name, if I were to legitimately give him a name, he would be Atomico the Magnificent. The Warhead Wizard. That kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm weirdly obsessed with this guy, and I have no idea why. So that's why I'm putting him above Dr. Septipus and between him and Giant Indian. All right. Next up is the... Ah, right, it's this guy right here, the unnamed bird villain, who I think is just a knockoff vulture. Again, another reusable recurring background villain. He was part of that Perils of Unlicensed Aggression video where he was seen harassing Green Glory and his family screaming like a turkey, which makes no sense because he's clearly a vulture. I don't know. These unnamed villains are going to drive me crazy. Particularly because I don't really have anything to talk about this one, other than he does this weird head-bobbing thing when he sees Rusty Venture's giant walking eye, in a scene that is both hilarious and uncomfortable. Putting him above the unnamed mentalists. I'm gonna call him Old Buzzard. That's what his name is, Old Buzzard. Alright, now we have this the unnamed villain in a rat costume. He is another background villain. Recurring, reusable, repeatedly shown. For some reason, he's always with, like, alien villain for some reason, and I don't know why. Okay. I don't know. I want to call him, like, Pack Rat or something like that, or Rodent Menace. I don't know. I'm not good with rat villains. They're filthy. There was a scene involving him and Colonel Gentleman that I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about here, so I'm going to put him above Unicornelius. Alright. Now we got this other guy in scuba gear. Unnamed scuba villain. Scuba. Scuba. Scuba, that's a funny word. Scuba. 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 My brain's turning to fucking pudding. I need to keep moving on with this. Fucking putting him in F tier again. Gonna put him below I'm gonna put him above the unnamed bird villain because he was like part of the interviews with the Order of the Triad. They kept on making fun of his stupid fin on top of his head, so I don't know. Okay, one more unnamed villain and I can move on. There we go. This guy, a villain with this guy with a clover eye patch. That's literally the unnamed villain with a clover eye patch. Fun character design. I feel like his name would... So, like, again, way back when there was that whole joke about, like, with the new reformed Council of 13, what new things would they want to see on the council? Or we get the people screaming about, like, I want to see more women on the council. This guy, like, says, I want more people of color, and then followed by Purple Pro screaming, and more people of color! So, I really love the names. Like, I both love and hate the names that Reddit has apparently come up with this guy. Because I think it's a cool design. It needs a name. And I love that because they're doing the whole, like, him pulling up race stuff. The two names, I want to ask opinions. Like, both of these names kind of are awful, but they fit. First name is Blackjack. Terrible name, I know. But the other one is Race Card, and I think that's even worse. But I don't know. I think I'm going to stick with Blackjack, but I don't know. I don't know. It's a rough name for a really interesting character design, even for a one-off joke. I'm going to put him right below Purple Prose. Again, I will confirm, nameless by the show's creators, those were the fan names that Reddit came up with. I'm not responsible. Alright, thankfully that's the last of the unnamed villains. Now I can talk about Vaingloria. Okay. Vaingloria. Another recurring background villain. Shows up very much like, looks like the kind of socialite villain. Dresses very evocatively, very pretty. Doesn't really have much to say otherwise, just kind of shows up. Usually shows up for a lot of party scenes, even if she's, like, a villain. I'm gonna put her... I like her name at the very least, Vaingloria. Where the heck did I put... Oh, yeah. I'm gonna put her above... I'm gonna put her, Actually, I'm gonna put her above Flying Squid. Apparently she and Flying Squid had a thing as well. Flying Squid gets around. Alright, here we go. Vespertina. Vespertina, I can at least laugh at having a lot of, like, layers to her plant name. So, Vespertina. First off, Vespertina, like, she's a party character. She, like, the first time we ever see her is at Don Hell's. So... And, like, the first thing she ever does is she tries to flirt with notorious flaming gay man, Shoreleaf, in disguise as Sprinklelock and Devilbird. But Vespertina is, well, for one, here's a little science stuff for you. A Vespertine flower is a flower that only blooms at night. And additionally, the Vesper Martini is the famous drink of James Bond. And her costume is a white lily, which is notably associated with parties. Again, like, it's a weird, for a throwaway character that's mostly used in the background, there's a lot of fun layers to her joke. I like her. I like her a lot. She's a fun design character. Apparently she has a thing with Brick Frog. The two of them are seen popping drugs together in one scene. I don't know. There's something there. Gonna put her in D tier. Let's go with putting her, like, right above the Nerve and below Tunnel Vision. Okay, Warsaw... Okay, next up. This is Warsaw Gecko. This is he's a Polish gecko supervillain. He was part of the complaining masses of guild villains when the new guild was being reformed. And he like, his whole thing is that he complains about not getting medical benefits because he lost his arm. And his whole thing is this is not real Gecko. I am not Gecko. This is costume. So, yeah, kind of a loser villain, I guess. I mean, poor bastard lost his arm and he's not getting his medical. But again, he's a guy in a gecko costume. Gonna put him in. I don't know. There's an actual joke with him. I'm gonna put him like above. I'm gonna put him above Hogfish and below Tiny Eagle. Oh, thank God, we're at the last. Okay, now we're at the last of all of the major guild of the various minor guild villains. This is White Noise, a man made entirely out of television static. He was arrested and thrown into supervillain prison, and boy, White Noise is such a dumb joke again for a season 2 villain. He was He was a television repairman who got into an accident that turned him into living static, and also he's racist. Just gonna let that sit one in there. He, apparently, yeah, when the Monarch says he's gonna film his new guild after everyone leaves, like after the escape and everything, uh, he makes a very clear claim. He says, "I don't like. Is this new guild of yours gonna be mixed race? I don't want my pure white blood to get mixed in all this." Hey, don't compare him to Tenna. But I believe this guy is actually just straight up a reference to Tom Metzger, which is a whole other can of worms. But anyway, racist jackass. I'm gonna put him like way at the bottom. I'm gonna put him like above Mecha Mouth. Right here. Oh, okay, that is it. That is all of the. That's all of the assorted Guild of Calamitous and 10 villains. Because now I need to go on a big tangent. Well, actually, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. Gonna put this away. I'm gonna go on a very brief, like, 5-minute break. Get some water to take a little bit of a breather, because we're going to talk about the big ones next. I will be right back. Alright, and we are back. Okay. So, I've been kind of burying the lead with a lot of this one. I've been needing to take a little time to show everyone else here, or at least some of the most major members of the Guild of Calamitous Intent, because now, after enough belated talking and waiting and all that good stuff, just realized I think I got knocked off skew. There we go. Anyway, where was I talking about? Oh yes, it's time I talk about the man, the myth, the legend himself, the genuine, like, the second main character of Venture Brothers, the Mighty Monarch! This is the pinnacle of what a great villain is. I could go for hours upon hours talking about how much I love the Mighty Monarch. This guy is, like, literally, he went from, so the Monarch went from being, like, initially, way back when Venture Brothers was just a pilot, he was going to be a throwaway villain. Just for the joke, like, you know, this is a man in a butterfly costume, he thinks he's scary, he's like a knockoff killer moth, that kind of stuff. Went on to become not only its most recurring main villain, but practically the second, like, lead character, like, the main character of the show. If I'm watching Venture Brothers, I'm watching it not just for the Venture family, I'm watching it for the Mighty Monarch. I could go on and 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 on about this man. So, Mighty Monarch, just to, like, give you a little bit of an insight into him. We'll start off with his backstory. His father, the Blue Morpho, raised him, like, you know, raised well, kind of grew up with wealthy, rich, that kind of stuff. But when he was very young, his parents were killed. Like, he and his parents were in a plane crash that killed both his parents in the fabled New Jersey Pine Barrens, where young Monarch was, young Malcolm Fitzcarraldo, crawled out and was taken in by a swarm of butterflies, and who raised him as their own, where he built wings of his for himself and grew a supple diet of milkweed to feed as they do, which resulted in him becoming not only extremely ill and sickly, but also developed a high poison tolerance. After a month of living with them, when it was starting to turn autumn, the butterflies vanished, and he was all alone once more. So he went back to New Jersey, collected his inheritance, and started his life anew. Now, afterwards, at some point in that time, the Monarch grew to hate Rusty Venture with a passion. Some villains, like, do not have even an iota of sheer hatred for for Rusty Venture compared to literally anybody else. So, like, he is, like, just, that is, like, his hatred is his passion. For a lot of other villains in this show, hatred is a job for them. They are villains because it pays the bills. But for the Monarch, his hatred is legitimate. Ever since the first time we ever saw him try and do something, where he tried to blow up Rusty Venture at college in the accident that destroyed Baron Underbite's face. And from that point on, the Monarch had dedicated himself to becoming the one and only arch nemesis of Dr. Venture, doing absolutely everything he could, and with some of the most batshit insane and brilliant schemes that are just pure hatred. It's one thing to want to kill somebody, no. He wants to torture. He wants to ruin his life. One of, like, the best examples I can give is when he... Pausing for a sip. So this is, like, when he was a little bit younger, when he and Rusty were younger. One of his first goals that he had, or one of his major ones, is that he wanted to kidnap then Colorado Senator Ben Nighthorse Campbell, amazing name, to sign a legal document that would make the surname Venture illegal. No, I'm not saying, like, he wanted to copy, like, he didn't want to have him arrested or anything. He wanted to make Dr. Venture's last name illegal. It's stupid, but think about, like, the inconvenience will be, like, every time he tries to order a pizza and has to give his full name, he'd get arrested or fined for it. That's such petty inconvenience and evil that I have to admire and love it. Didn't work because he accidentally kidnapped the wrong person, who ended up becoming Henchman 21, but Oh, like in the entire time that he was moonlighting as the while he was moonlighting as the Monarch as well, um, he was also working as henchman, like a henchman for a bunch of different other villains, including the Sea Anemone, Helicoptero, and Joseph in his amazing Technicolor Nightmare coat, and the big one, he was a henchman for Phantom Limb, going by Shadowman 9. While he was working as a henchman for Phantom Limb, he was forming as the Monarch, he was forming a secret relationship with his future wife, Dr. Girlfriend, who was going by Queen Etheria at that time. I'll talk about Dr. Girlfriend later, but first, just going over, he's a charmer, he's very suave, got passion, like, a lot of really, really deep passion for everything that he does. I need to pull up this quote from the Monarch that really sums up his character. This is at a period when, the Monarch is, at his relatively, not lowest when he was before he was in jail, but this is him when he's, having a big crisis of identity. Where he's, talking about, this is after, he's been, forced to do a lot of a lot of giving into the guild bureaucracy and all that, but he wants, he feels like he needs to get really into the headspace of being a villain. I'm gonna read this quote off for you all. But look at my life now. My hatred has become a job. I had true hatred with Venture. I didn't have to fake it. That sweet loathing just poured out of me whenever I saw his pathetic face. I just wanted to kick his ass. I wanted to build a machine to kick his ass. I wanted to build an empire to house the machine to kick his ass. Which was then followed by him taking a dump in Dr. Venture's pool. That is, the ethos. This is a man who is so dedicated. If I were to point to, other villains, Black Manta hates Aquaman. Doctor Doom hates Aquaman. Lex Luthor hates Superman. Not Doctor Doom hates, Mr. Fantastic. What am I talking about? Doctor Doom hates Mr. Fantastic. Black Manta hates Aquaman. Superman is hated by Lex Luthor. But the Monarch hates Dr. Venture so much. There are moments when they have to stand next to each other that you can just hear the vitriol and hatred dripping out of the Monarch's words and how much he just fucking hates Rusty Venture. But why does he hate it? I'm not gonna tell you. Watch the show and find out, fuckers. But he goes through, just so many ups and downs throughout the entire series. He starts off as pretty much just, mid-tier villain, Season 1. And he gets framed for murdering a police officer by Phantom Limb and locked in jail, where his girlfriend leaves him for Phantom Limb in a sort of very unhappy relationship. Then he breaks out of prison and has to rebuild his entire empire from scratch, as absolutely nothing. Him, his flying cocoon, the fluttering horde, he's got to build it all up from nothing except for 2 losers. Takes him a while, eventually he does it, builds up enough help to finally win Dr. Girlfriend back, and the two get married and become not only husband and wife, but villain partners in a legally binding snake scenario. But they end up becoming genuinely well-respected villains, but of course still gotta work up the ladder. Can't arch Dr. Venture yet. So eventually they gotta work together. He's dealing with all this kind of crap of, I hate the guild bureaucracy, I want to do what I love, which is to hate. And after playing the game enough with a lot of resistance, he finally gets his dream come true and comes back with a bang by pulling out a giant marionette to try and torment Rusty, and it's great. There's just so much to it. It keeps on going until eventually, again, hits another snag when his right-hand man, Henchman 21, ends up quitting because of a whole, personal crisis thing. Monarch is stuck dealing with, now he's got to deal with his wife's creepy little moppet henchman running the show. And everything is just kind of obligation for him at this point. He's not feeling it until possibly, like, I would say his greatest move when he finally for crushing his ultimate goal, I remind you, is that he wants to crush Dr. Venture. So after a whole incident at Dawn Hells in which Rusty was kidnapped and then got smashed underneath a disco ball, he was taken captive by he was taken captive by the Monarch and held at their secret lair headquarters in the villain community of Malice. Malice is a whole other thing. I'd probably talk about it another time, but while they're in Malice, the Monarch just tries to subjugate Dr. Venture to all these different kinds of tortures, like almost like he's fulfilling a bunch of fantasies. He's like, he wants to do the bell torture, stick him inside of a bell and ring it. He wants to do dental torture on him. He wants to torment him. And each time, Rusty just doesn't even seem to react to it. He's just like, oh, I've been through this before. The giant bell thing? Oh, I've got, I was raised around supersonic jets my entire life. Oh, the dental stuff? My halitosis is going to put you off more. And he's just like, yeah, it goes through the whole thing. And eventually, the Monarch is like, you know what? Fine. I don't care. You can go. And Dr. Venture is initially surprised. He's like, oh, does that mean that my rescue has finally come? And the Monarch's like, no, you've been here for days and nobody showed up for you. And I guess I just got bored. And he lets him go. And the Monarch, he looks downtrodden by the whole thing as Dr. Venture just sadly walks off and his wife comes to console him. He's like, oh, there, sweetheart, it's all right, it happens. But the Monarch then turns and says, you know, it's one thing to break a man's body, but another to crush his spirit. And he just gets up and lets off the biggest laugh possible. I have crushed Dr. Venture. That is the moment of, like, the purest joy in his entire life. He has finally managed to crush Dr. Venture. And then the flying cocoon crashes into their house, and they lose everything. Then you get the events of the Gargantua 2 stuff, all that kind of stuff happens there. Monarch and his family have to move. Monarch, his wife, and the surviving henchman have to go and move to the Monarch's old home in Newark, where he then discovers that where he discovers three things. First being, no longer allowed to arch Dr. Venture because he's no longer qualified for it. Second, Dr. Venture is now too above him to even get anywhere near it. And third and finally, his father was the Blue Morpho, and their family home was right on top of the hidden Morpho cave. Thus began the Blue Morpho saga, Blue Morpho killing supervillains in all an effort to take down Wide Whale. And the Monarch is, like, I'll admit, he's scary effective as the Blue Morpho. He actually, like, gets shit done. He gets more done as the Blue Morpho than he does in his entirety of harassing Dr. Venture. And it's kind of wild to think about. But then, eventually, like, after the Blue Morpho stuff is finally handled, and it's all swept under the rug, blaming Vendetta for all of it, because he was the Blue Morpho the whole time, the Monarch is like, okay, you know what, fine. I'm going to play the system, and I'm going to work my way to the top. And actually gets his shit together. Because, the thing about Venture Brothers is that, like, the first good half of the series is about failure. Like, the theme is failure and how you handle it. The second half of it is about success, both for the Dr. Venture and for the Monarch. And the Monarch actually goes through, like, a really, really big growth through all of this stuff. He starts to actually contribute to the guild and play by its rules. He participates in the big villain program. He gets involved in harassing other, like, arching other villains, like Victor Von Helping, and ends up even involved in an undercover operation to fight the Peril Partnership. And he grows a lot and finally ends up coveted as a level 10 arch nemesis. The final episode of the series, the Safrax Protocol, is basically the Monarch basically getting his chance to be the biggest villain of all time, where they're taken into space at the secret fortress of Meteor Major to enact a recreation of the story of Saphrax, the first villain. But at the end of it, they make this very interesting offer for the Monarch, which I don't want to. I know I'm kind of talking a lot about it, but I want to talk about like this choice that he makes. So they have they're in space. There's no governing laws in space. At the end of the whole performance stuff, the Monarch is supposed to walk into this tent and do this whole thing with the Emperor Flavius character, but the guild members the council reveals that they have Dr. Venture tied up in space, with them, and give him a sword and says, "Listen, we know how much you hate Dr. Venture. You hate him more than anything else. We will give you this chance to resolve your hatred here and now. Where in space, there's no legal repercussion for what happens out here. No governing body will, indict you." And his answer? "No, I'm not going to kill him. Fuck you all for giving me this option." And they applaud him, because that means he is truly dedicated to villainy, and I fucking love it. Oh, it's so goddamn fantastic. I adore the entire saga of the Monarch, which is why I have to, without any hesitation, give both him and his wife, Dr. and Mrs. the Monarch, which, just realized, I am not gonna, I need to absolutely put his wife up here, because I have to talk about her next. I'm putting both of them at number 1, but yeah, absolutely the number 1 villain. And of course, can't talk about the number 1 villain without his number 2, Dr. and Mrs. the Monarch, Sheila Fitzcarraldo. Fucking look at this woman, too. Just look, absolutely gorgeous woman. Legendary. She's genius, she's beautiful, she's talented, she's worked for multiple supervillains, and, oh yeah, she's the head of the new Guild of Calamitous Intent. If I were to talk about everything I did with the Monarch, a lot of everything the Monarch did would have been nothing without Dr. Girlfriend, or Dr. and Mrs. the Monarch, as she went on to be called. She never had a solid villain name, except for the time she went as a solo, where she went by Lady Au Pair. But, yeah, truly, well fucking deserved. Truly one of the best of the best. And, also, yeah, if you've heard Venture Brothers, you know about her voice. I don't have to talk about her voice. That's the second thing everyone notices about Dr. Girlfriend is her voice. Don't give a damn about her voice. She's a perfect woman. God, I love her so much. But, yeah, putting these two at the way top, absolutely deserved. And there's only one other villain that I want to put in the, in the top with them, and that's, well, that'll be the next character we're going to talk about, Sergeant Hatred. A character who went through so much goddamn growth from being a one-off joke to one of the best characters in the series. Another, a character who went from being background to a mainstay. Sergeant Hatred, otherwise formerly known as Sergeant Courtney Hain, was a super soldier who was actually a member of the OSI, kind of like Brock Sampson. But notably, he was part of the Soldier X program, where he was, Cold War, super science programs, you gotta make super soldiers and all that. Sergeant Hatred was one of these experiments who was given an injection of a super serum that made him stronger, faster, tougher, less empathetic, more violent, more charged. And, okay, yeah, he had one particular side effect to it. Kind of, jacked up his hormones in a horribly wrong direction, and, well, let's just say when you're that worked up and energetic, the last thing that you want to know him to be around is, oh boy, oh good lord, how do I describe what happened with Sergeant Hatred? God, I love, it's so hard to defend one of my favorite characters when you bring up this part. Sergeant Hatred is a convicted sex offender of the worst variety. I'm getting some input. Hello, young miss. Never mind. Goodbye, young miss. Yeah. Sergeant Hatred is a, let's just say he would have gotten along with the ancient Greeks. Because I'm not going to say it openly on stream. He was for the longest time, he worked for the OSI, and then eventually he became a double agent for the Guild and became a full supervillain going by the name of Sergeant Hatred, where he has literally hatred tattooed all the way across his body with an H on his chest going downwards, and, well, I'm guessing you can tell where the D is, because haha, this is an adult comedy show from 2003. But Hatred, like, he's a real old school villain, like 50 years old, very much like kind of like old school, but also by the book, like by the book emphasis. For the longest while, he was actually kind of an associate of the Monarch, but only because the Monarch kept on using a friendship to steal his shit. Like a good 90% of the things that the Monarch have, he just full blown ripped off from Sergeant Hatred. And Hatred just seemed to not care the whole time. But then there was the whole thing where the Monarch had to give up arching Dr. Venture. I mentioned a whole lot of the time that a lot of lesser villains were filling in the gaps while the Monarch was unable to venge. Sergeant Hatred took over venging Dr. Venture in that time. And did so to spite the Monarch. Wide Whale wasn't the first one to do it. No, he did it he literally invites the Monarch and Dr. Venture to a house party to celebrate the new arching relationship and pulls the Monarch into a hot tub to have a conversation and says, "Hey, I know what you've been doing. I know that you and your fat little henchmen have been stealing from me for years, and I've had it. I can hurt you any way I want, but instead, I'm gonna be the arch nemesis of your greatest enemy, and I'm gonna treat him like a goddamn prince. I'm gonna make him breakfast in bed, and you can't do squat." Which, brilliant power move. Like, absolutely a really brilliant power move. I love it. Hatred, he was a pretty recurring arch nemesis that appeared sporadically throughout the season he showed up in. Usually had a big hover tank. I think probably the funniest thing with him is he's actually trying to follow guild bureaucracy, full of bringing in paperwork, following schedules on when things should be done. But the first time that he does this sort of whole oh yeah, welcome tour, I'm gonna do all this kind of stuff for you. Here's a gift basket. My wife, Princess Tiny Feet, made this arranged fruit basket for all of you. Oh, and one more thing. And he pulls a gun and shoots Dr. Venture in the chest. And he's like, it's okay, rubber bullets. And then he looks down and sees Doc bleeding out on the ground. He's like, oh wow, he's a real delicate one there. And we're gonna have to go full Nerf on this one. Dr. Venture is so thin-skinned that he bleeds out from a goddamn rubber bullet. That's pathetic. But he just continues to just sort of hang around and cause minor villain stuff, but he's not really good at it. He screws up scheduling a lot of the time and ends up getting kind of thwarted because, well, he's got a restraining order of certain variety. But eventually, he has a bit of a crisis when he discovers that his wife, Princess Tiny Feet, leaves him. And he just sort of locks himself in the Venture panic room and starts begging Doc to kill him. They have a whole, kind of bonding over trauma thing. Something about, eating a whole Labrador Retriever. It's a weird conversation with weird animation. But afterwards, with a whole, a tri-pronged attack between the OSI, the Monarch's fluttering horde, and a bunch of clones of the boys. The cloning thing is so complicated stuff. But afterwards, Brock Sampson ends up leaving his position as the Venture bodyguard, and Sergeant Hatred defects from the guild and becomes an OSI agent, becoming the new bodyguard to the Ventures. And his whole time with the Ventures is extremely funny. I love it. It's very good. But I love Sergeant Hatred as a character. He's genuinely fantastic. How you can take someone with one of the most reprehensible preferences and redeem him from it. Like, they don't brush it under the rug. They acknowledge it. He fully admits that he's a recovering, but yeah, I love Sergeant Hatred. But as a villain, unfortunately, I can't put him high in villainy, so I'm gonna put him like actually right below Monstroso. I'm sorry. I have to put you down, buddy. All right. Well, that was all of the Guild of Calamitous Intent villains. We're not done. For the love of God, we're not done. Because now I still gotta cover the smaller groups. We're not done yet. We're almost done, but we got a little bit more. Now let's talk about the members of the Revenge Society, at least the ones who didn't join the guild, or didn't, flip-flop a lot. First off, we have their first, well, I would cover the mug, the shoe, and the toaster, but, good grievy. Okay. First we have Professor Impossible, or Professor Incorrigible, as he was going by at this point. Professor Impossible, Richard Impossible, is, for lack of a better term, started off as a Mr. Fantastic parody, like Reed Richard. Super genius scientist with a fixation on science and little else. He's kind of an amoral jackass a lot of the time. He got caught in a super explosion, in a scientific explosion that gave him stretchy powers, but also horribly deformed his wife and his adjacent family members. He was kind of a prick as a superhero, like very much kind of like thought that because he was the smartest man in the room, he would steal credit for pretty much everything. There's a whole bit where Dr. Venture's son, Hank, is suffering from a virus that'll cause him to detonate like a warhead if they don't find a cure, and the solution is just kill the guy that kill the kid that Impossible suggests because he sucks. But eventually, like after an incident involving an alien, Dr. Impossible's wife, Sally, leaves him for Rusty's weird, confusing twin brother, Jonas Venture Jr., and he gets depressed. Like, really depressed. Like, absolutely, like, pure depression. Leaves himself, like, in his office. He doesn't shave. He's all tangled up and everything. Has an arch and everything. Phage gets pissed at him for not showing up, until eventually Phantom Limb, who just broke out of guild jail, meets up with him and is like, listen, I can give you something better. I can give you purpose. I can give you revenge. And thus they form the Revenge Society. And as much as Impossible is just kind of like, shit at being a good guy and shit at being a bad guy, at least he does have some pretty good bad guy stuff going with him. He's entertaining when he's like trying to be threatening, which you think that an elastic man would be threatening, but honestly, he's just kind of a loser. He is for lack of a better term, an absolute weenus. Therefore, I'm putting him at least in at the bottom of B tier, because he is a bad guy, but he's not a good bad guy, or you know what I mean. Okay, next up we have Fat Chance. Fat Chance is a fun supervillain. He's another Revenge Society member. Guy had a botched scientific experiment happen to him, and turned his belly button into a portal to another dimension, which he could rip things out of. Sometimes it's useful. Sometimes. When the Revenge Society was doing their whole recruitment thing, he was actually one of 3 villains who actually got the position, because, he's, despite his kind of, random power, it works. Also, I just think, his whole, shtick is great. Eventually, under the tutelage of, why am I blanking on his name? Of Dr. Killinger, he actually figured out how to control his portal. Unfortunately, during the Gargantua 2 incident, he might be dead. We have no idea. There was a cut scene that suggested that he might have tried to escape through his own portal as the station was exploding, but we don't know. his fate is super ambiguous, and I'm not happy about it. But I do really like Fat Chance a lot. I'm actually gonna put him in at the top of B tier, just because I like his concept and his power. Okay, it's been a while, but now we're gonna go back to the stupid references. This is Lady Hawk Johnson. And also pictured with her, yeah, that's Lady Hawk Johnson, along with her husband, Mr. Lyndon B. Her superpower is that she turns into a hawk at night, while her husband turns into a bee, and never the two shall meet, except during an eclipse, of course. Actually, for the hell of it, I'm also going to put up Lyndon B. to show the two of them. Yeah, there's no real way of putting it past it. This is just a freaking this is a Lyndon B. Johnson and Lady Hawk Johnson joke. They took a former U.S. president and his wife and made a Lady Hawk reference out of them. It is stupid. It's been a while since we've really talked about the stupid characters, but I don't know. I feel like it's been a while. We have to at least mention the stupid. So I'm gonna put both of them in the same spot. I will admit, Lyndon B does get a laugh out of me because there's a bit where all the new Revenge Society members are kind of trying to harass Dr. Venture, and when they're all like cornering him and giving their own like ominous statements and all that, Lyndon B. Johnson looks at Rusty and is like, you will not see, nor will I accept your escape. It's a reference to it's a Lyndon Johnson reference. Anyway, I'm putting these two in D tier. I'm going to put them right... Okay, put Lyndon here between Stormfront and Vaingloria and Lady Hawk above. There we go. Okay, next is Zero. Okay. Zero's a tricky one. So, for this guy, Zero, formerly known as Scott Hall, formerly known as Henchman 1, was the #1 henchman working for the Monarch. You know, best of the best. Shows up in one episode with our Rosencrantz and Guildenstern XPs, henchmen 21 and 24, who are the fun combination of expendable and invincible. But these two, but this guy, he shows up. No one's ever really seen him before, but he's like weirdly like adept. 21 and 24 are so genre savvy that they just keep making fun of this absolute tool at every turn. And eventually he's like, I'm not like. Eventually, like, he gets a fight into Brock Sampson and is presumed dead, because that's what you would expect, because it's Brock fucking Sampson. If you walk away from that alive, you're either a lucky man or probably horribly mangled. But eventually, he was presumed dead. Until a couple of, like, a season or so later, when there's this whole episode about a series of weird kidnappings where a bunch of sidekicks and henchmen and second-in-commands were being kidnapped by Zeus. Like the Greek god Zeus and an army of hoplites. And their leader commanding them is a mysterious figure named Zero. It's all, and it's all revealed eventually that Zero is actually Henchman #1, who would change his name to Henchman Zero to try and strike it as a villain, to be the avenging henchman of a supervillain who would attack other supervillains and get revenge on the people who throw away the lives of second-in-commands like it's nothing. Got his ass kicked, of course, and then eventually ended up as a member of the Revenge Society, where he was involved in the Gargantua 2 takeover. He almost did well until Brock Sampson found him while Brock was locked up in a jail cell. And Brock antagonized him. Oh, Scott, you poor idiot. You thought that you could get the one-up on him by getting close, threatening to beat him up. And then Brock freaking spun his head around like it was a top on Thailand. Poor guy. I'm gonna put Zero like above Professor Impossible. Okay, so that's the Revenge Society, remembers, at least all the ones that matter. Now we can talk about the Canadian villains, the Peril Partnership. Or at least the few ones that we saw. Here we're going to start off with Blind Rage. We all saw what happened to Blind Rage, don't we? We know. We know what happened to Blind Rage. I don't think I need to explain why I'm putting this guy in D tier, right? Actually, I'm going to put him in, like, the bottom of C tier, because at least he had enough presence, and also his costume was kind of cool. But, yeah, we know what happened to Blind Rage. Tick, 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 after all. Okay, next up, I'm not going to do S464. Next up is The Creep. The Creep is interesting. Creep is a combination renegade OSI agent and Rogue Guild agent who joined the Peril Partnership. So, the Creep used to be a special ops agent named Mission Creep, who was like sent into hazard deployment areas, that kind of stuff. And well, it's kind of a little high strung. You know, like you get those stories of Vietnam vets who get a little crazy. Imagine if a Vietnam vet had to deal with superheroes for a living, especially since he had to fight Sphinx. Mission Creep kinda was dropped into the Ozarks and murdered an entire troop of Boy Scouts. That's not even played for a joke. Everyone's genuinely horrified by it. Eventually, he got thrown out of OSI because this man is completely fucking insane. And but rather, instead of joining the guild, he joined the Peril Partnership because he hated the idea of rules and regulations enforcing him. And kind of garnered this reputation of stealing gear from other heroes and villains alike and agents. Just a compilation of everything that he has. There's, he's got a force field ray stolen from Jungle Jim, Garak the Demolisher's fur underpants, one of Baron Underbite's shoulders, if you can see it right there. President Grover Cleveland's presidential time machine, it's a long story. The Maybe Man's Indifference Engine, Mr. Monday's Calendar of Magic Mondays, the Monarch's own Butter Glider, Nat King Cobra's Venomator, Poseidon Juan's Sexy Trident, Tank Top's Breastplate, and one of Galactron's feet for some reason. He was part of an episode in which New York was being blanketed by a snowstorm caused by a stolen weather machine, and the Monarch and Henchman 21 were sent undercover as to go and deal with this nutcase under the pretenses of we want to defect to join the Peril Partnership and that kind of stuff. And so, to determine if they were truly willing and able to do this, he challenges them to the most dangerous game: lawn darts. Very specifically, 70s lawn darts. You know, the ones with the sharp poles on the end. Challenges them to a game of dive bomb where they have to throw the darts as high as they can in the air and dive out of the way at the last minute. And they learn his whole horrifying backstory spiel, which they finally managed to defeat him after he was not paying attention when Dr. Venture and Billy Quizboy came out of President Grover Cleveland's time machine. And, well, needless to say, he lost that game of dive bomb. Right through his fucking jaw. So, this guy is, just a bonkers villain. I kind of like him a lot. I want to put him in, an A tier just for being, just a genuine nutcase. Okay, and now we got one last Peril Partnership member. Tiger Shark. Tiger Shark is technically the first ever Peril Partnership member we meet. He was part of the committee of the joint operation between OSI, the Guild, and the Revenge Society to try and figure out what the heck is going on with Zeus. But, well, he recognized Brock as being the man who slept with his wife and then broke his legs while he was trying to defend himself, and then, well, tried to attack Brock in the room, and Brock, well, self-defense, to say the least. Poor bastard and his broken nose and broken legs. D tier, gonna put him right above Warsaw Gecko. Okay, that's all the Peril Partnership members. Now we can talk about one of the more old-school groups, the Fraternity of Torment. The Fraternity of Torment were a small villain organization that specialized in, that like focused almost exclusively on arching Dr. Jonas Venture. Like, you know, like your old school, like, Johnny Quest kind of villains. Their leader was Scaramantula. This guy, Scaramantula is such a stupid concept of a character. He's like, what if we took Scaramanga from Man with the Golden Gun and made him a spider? It's a dumb premise for a character, but I also really like the Man with the Golden Gun, so I'll at least allow that. And also, like, weirdly enough, one of the few, like, old-school villains who dealt with the old Team Venture and lived to retirement. It's the most prominent thing that we see him. It's, like, in his elderly years, when Jonas Venture Jr. opens a museum dedicated to the exploits of Jonas Venture and Team Venture. Old Team Venture is like having a little thing of like, oh yeah, we'll sell some autographs just for a little bit of fun of it. And Scaramantula is like, well, why don't I get a little bit of arching in? And sets up his own booth opposite them to steal autographs because, oh, yeah, a villain is going to get more autographs because haha. It's very dumb, but very funny and also, like, super petty. I just like Scaramantula. Like, he's a very, like, doofy kind of villain, but I'm gonna put him like in C tier. Like, I'm gonna put him like right here. I'm gonna put him above Underbite. There we go. Okay, now we've got the Minotaur, another Fraternity of Torment member. Like another like outcast of society kind of deal. Huge man. People feared him, therefore he became a villain. That kind of stuff. Got his ass kicked by Team Venture, that whole deal. But I will say, another villain who lived long enough to retirement. He ended up actually becoming an MTA admin after walking away from the villain business, which is, you know, a guy who could walk away from being a supervillain. Impressive. Unfortunately, remember when I said a while back that Phantom Limb was went kind of like crazy after the whole Cremation Creek stuff? Yeah, Phantom Limb kind of murdered the old Minotaur because he thought that it's complicated, but yeah, poor guy got murdered by Phantom Limb. He lasted long, but he didn't really make much of an impression. I'm gonna put him below, I'm gonna put him right about here, between Shrill Spectre and Hammerhead Abomination. Okay, and now we got Brainulo, the last member of the Fraternity of Torment. Whoops, I hit the wrong thing. There we go. Whoops. So Brainulo is it's a typical time traveler villain. You look at him and think like, oh yeah, I know exactly. He was from 1,000 years in the future, got stranded in the past year of 1989. His exact words, I censor him in the episode. By Jonas Venture and wanted revenge, so he joined the Fraternity of Torment, even though he hates every single person in it. He also has a giant robot named Futuro. And also, like Scaramantula, he survived long enough to retirement, but, well, poor guy went senile and had dementia and was wheelchair-bound. But it turned out to be a ruse. He was actually faking it the whole time so he could stir up trouble and cause a fight to break out at that museum opening, and almost got away with it until he exerted himself too much and crapped himself in front of everybody. At least this guy's still trying to be a villain, so I'll give him that. I'm going to put him, like, in B tier at the bottom, like, yeah, right between 0 and impossible. Okay, now we can move on to... Okay, we're almost there. A little bit more. Now we've got Sphinx. Sphinx is... I don't even need to sugarcoat it. Sphinx is just G.I. Joe. Or rather, Sphinx is the parody of Cobra. Case in point, there's our leader, Sphinx Commander. I'm not even just gonna hide anything of that. Just look at this. It's the freaking Sphinx Commander. Got the same faceplate and the headdress and everything. He has that sort of raspy sort of voice that he speaks with. I'm not gonna do that voice for too long. I will destroy my things. Yeah, Sphinx is just straight up Cobra. That's not even like an understatement. They do a whole parody of the G.I. Joe opening called YoSI, which well, it does involve OSI doing war crimes on Sphinx. I'll get to it when we get to the next guy, but yeah, that's just straight up Cobra. I'll be honest, I've never seen a single episode of G.I. Joe, so a lot of the references will go over my head. But the thing is, so Sphinx was involved in the Pyramid Wars, and many of them either died, were arrested, or went into hiding. Only about like 4 members out of the original Sphinx actually survived, with Sphinx Commander being one of them. Now, at a point in the show, a bunch of OSI agents left the OSI because they got tired of being held back by red tape and bureaucracy, and looked around and said, hey, look at all this commandeered stuff that we got from the Pyramid Wars. Why don't we just take Sphinx and repurpose it to be a vigilante group that deals with bad guys who aren't, like, part of the costume variety? You know, we'll take, like, actual criminals and threats to society. And that was New Sphinx for a while, until eventually the OSI reformed and all the members of New Sphinx returned. With the exception of Gary Fisher, formerly known as Henchman 21, who kind of just went on to be a vigilante. Eventually, he's sort of, like, fucking around, and nobody's really, like, taking New Sphinx seriously, so Gary decides, alright, you know what? I'm gonna put out an ad to try and get some new help for it. Like, I'm gonna start Sphinx up again as a proper operation. And all the people who pick it up are the surviving members of Sphinx, including Sphinx Commander, who is currently going through a bit of a midlife crisis because his girlfriend, the Countess, broke up with him. And he's kind of stalking her a lot. But the Sphinx crew, like, all get back together and take over Sphinx as a sort of one last hurrah kind of deal, because apparently all the Sphinx agents have cyanide chips in their head that were designated that were supposed to eventually corrode and kill them. So they decide, hey, let's do one last hurrah. Sphinx Commander was the one who was kind of going the most crazy over it, to the point that, well, Hank Fincher was wearing his girlfriend's old power armor and kind of, well, went crazy and started to talk like Hank was his girlfriend. It was weird. The Countess thing was very, very weird. But eventually, Sphinx Commander got taken down. Brock put a crossbow bolt in his face. But I will say, just for being a straight-up G.I. Joe homage, I'm going to put him, like, right here. I'm going to put him right above Phage, but below Copycat. Now for another one-off Survivor character. Friggin'. Shrink down, you son of a... There we go. This is Ursat's Destro, which is, from what I understand, just a parody of Destro. He shows up in the YoSI fight, like the whole YoSI mantra, montage, where he gets decapitated by a pair of airplanes, and then they play football with his golden head. It's very sad, very kind of pathetic. I'm putting him really low. I'm gonna put him like right between the old bird villain and the mentalists. Poor Ursat's Destro. Alright, next up of the Sphinx ones, we have Diamond Backdraft, the parody agent of Major Blood, Jake the Snake Roberts, and David Crosby for some reason. He's a cool looking guy. I like his flamethrower stuff. His armor looks pretty interesting. He's got that pharaoh toque with a gas mask. He's a pyro. He fights with dual flamethrowers in each hand. That's pretty cool. Also, he apparently has snakes. I don't know. Interesting guy. Actually kind of does stuff. I'm going to go with, C tier. I'm going to put him right below Blind Rage. And the last member of Sphinx, Windsong, the parody of Storm Shadow, is a ninja. And real ninja wear blue. I will say, interestingly enough, he's, the most put together out of all of the other Sphinx members, given that he has a wife and kid. So him going in for the whole, one last hurrah thing is kind of sad, but, at least he likes his boss. Gonna put him right above Diamond Backdraft. Okay, next up... Okay, now we get the individual groups. We're finally done with all the major stuff. No, I'm not gonna cover Arch. But now... we can cover the one-offs, the individual characters who are not part of any villain organization. We're almost done here. We're in the final stretch. Oh, I see. Just as I post the Groovy Gang, I see a bot. Alright, time to kill. Bye-bye. Right. So this is the Groovy Gang. I'm gonna let you take 5 seconds to guess what these guys are a parody of. Yeah, this is just full-blown dumb parody of Mystery Incorporated, but in the most twisted way possible that only you can get from an early 2000s TV show. Because they're all parodies of some of the worst some of the most worst and unfortunate human beings ever. We have Ted, the leader of the group, Sunny, their hyper-paranoid, mentally unwell member, the dog Groovy, who only Sunny can understand, Patty, who is horribly abused and most likely trapped in the relationship with Ted, and Vel, who is a hyper-feminist, chain-smoking lesbian. If you need me to spell out the references for you, we have Ted Bunny, Sonny David Berkowitz, that dog that David Berkowitz kept on telling him, kept on telling him to kill people, Patty Hearst, that woman who got kidnapped by by those militants, and Valerie Solanas, the one who wrote the Scum Manifesto, which is super some of the most hard-leaning hyper-feminist rhetoric that you could ever find. They are deeply unpleasant, but also very funny parody character. They showed up at the Venture compound one time, literally trying to rob the place, while at the same time as Dr. Venture's on a bent of trying to make his own Frankenstein's monsters. He calls them Venturesteins. Yeah, Ted and Sunny and Groovy do not make it. Ted and Sunny actually end up being turned into Venturesteins and end up becoming members of ERG, the lab experiment Republic. They're very, and Groovy ended up as a shoe. I don't know. It feels like the joke of the Groovy Gang is a lot more out there, but I'm gonna put them at the in Dumb Hooligans, probably right about. I'm gonna put them above the bearded above. No, high. They are gonna be in the way top of D tier. I'm very generous with them. We have now we've got the Ibis Priest, the leader of the Cult of Osiris from from beloved episode Escape to the House of Mummies Part 2. Just gonna put him right here because he's just a joke villain. Gonna put him like right here. Yeah, between White Noise and Mecha Mouth. Funniest thing I can say about him is that he sneezes inside of his own helmet and complains about it. Now for possibly the weirdest joke of all, L. Ron Hubbard. Please, for the love of God, I hope Scientologists are not watching this. Because... because, yes, that is the L. Ron Hubbard in a robot. Apparently he was a recurring threat for Team Venture. This is seen right here in the in an episode where he was apparently trying to kidnap Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis, which was actually a ploy to blow up the Apollo 7, where he was like armed with henchmen wielding Thetan guns. It's L. Ron Hubbard. I think the jokes write themselves. I don't even know where to start with this. I mean, he's not even alive. He's a Thetan ghost in it. He's a one-off villain, but actually kind of did shit. So I'm gonna put him like right below Brainulo. Okay, now we got a weird one. The black sheep of all the characters. This is Otaku Senzuri, the villain from the pilot of Venture Brothers. He was a corporate, like, wunderkind, like the head of a prominent Japanese Zaibatsu, who... So in the pilot episode, Dr. Venture is showcasing a special... he's showcasing a death ray at a science convention, and... throughout the entire episode, Otaku Senzuri, dressed as a ninja, is trying to steal it. Eventually, he does manage to steal it, so he can have sex with it. Reminder, 2000s TV show. F tier. Gonna put him, like, right here. Above Ursat's Destro. I don't want to talk about Otaku Senzuri. I'm gonna forget Roy Brisby as well. He's not really a villain. I'll skip Enrico Matassa as well, because that's just Hank. But I can talk about Scare Bear. Scare Bear is one of the funniest jokes in Venture Brothers. Back when the Revenge Society was doing their recruitment of trying to find new villains to join, Scare Bear just kind of shows up. He walks into the room. This man in a bear costume, covered in blood, holding a bloody knife, walks into the room, just breathing heavily. Phantom Limb, Professor Impossible, and Baron Underbite are looking at this guy, and they're fucking terrified. And they just like, where would we know your work from? Do you have any references? Oh, he's got a knife! Super power. And, like, after this point, Scare Bear just shows up in the background at random points in a bunch of episodes, just kind of looming and just hiding there, just staring. Doesn't do anything. Nobody knows if he's actually a supervillain or just a serial killer. He's one of the weirdest jokes. And I love him. I'm putting him in A tier. I'm going to plop him right beneath Mission Creep. Okay, oh my god, we are finally done with one last character. We're almost done here. Short Division. Short Division is a one-off villain who is part of a secret organization called Long Division, where he is some kind of like evil child genius who, to quote Shore Leave, an 8-year-old who smoked 2 packs a day and shot his henchmen when they cursed. Shows up in a single episode, accidentally gets killed when Gary shows up as Sphinx and shoots a guy, and he gets crushed beneath him, and I don't know. Put him in F tier, right above Notorious Headface. And that's it. I'm not going to cover any more. If you want to hear about the rest of them, I'm not going to give my thoughts on Watch of War. Not going to talk about Guild A Stranger S464. Sure as hell not going to talk about Mantilla. We do not have the time. But, yep, this is it. This is the Venture Brothers tier list. Going from top to bottom, just make sure that I'm not missing anything. Starting, we have, at the very top, we have the Monarch, Dr. and Mrs. the Monarch, Red Death, Dr. Z, Dr. Henry Killinger, Red Mantle and Dragoon, The Investors, Phantom Limb, Wide Whale, The Sovereign. For A tier, we have Vendetta, Monstroso, Sergeant Hatred, Brick Frog, Think Tank, West Warhammer, Mission Creep, and Scare Bear. For B tier, we have Fat Chance, Copycat, Sphinx Commander, I almost said Cobra Commander, Dr. Phineas Phage, Harangatang, King Gorilla, Mr. Fahrenheit, the Supersonic Man, Zero, Brain Yellow, L. Ron Hubbard, and Professor Impossible, or Professor Incorrigible. For C tier, we have Augustus St. Cloud, Klaus Nomi, Iggy Pop, Don Hell, .com, Radical Left, Maestro Wave, Scaramantula, Baron Underbite, Presto Chango, The Termite, Torrid, Blind Rage, Windsong, and Diamond Backdraft. For the very massive D tier, we have the Groovy Gang, Stephen Wolf, Wild Fop, Mommy Longlegs, Wandering Spider. Funny I put the two spider villains right next to each other. I didn't realize that. Battle Axe, Monsignor, Intangible Fancy, Scorpio, Kurth, Tunnel Vision, Vespertina, The Nerve, Ramburglar, brain farting, Bearded Spectre, Boggles the Clue Clown, Laugh Riot, again I'm putting the clowns right next to each other, Stab Girl, The Egoists, Plugface Guy, Redusa, Chairman WoW, Trucules, Alien Villain, Purple Rose, I'm gonna say Blackjack, Stormfront, Lady Hawk Johnson and her husband Lyndon B, Vaingloria, Flying Squid, Hate Bit, Tiny Eagle, Tiger Shark, Warsaw Gecko, Hogfish, the Sea Anemone, and Omega Ape. And in F tier, we have Turnbuckle, Tigerific, Antimatter, Franklin Delano Disco, Giant Indian, Atomico the Magnificent, I'm going to stick with that one, Dr. Septipus, Jägermeister, Mr. Monday, Galacticon, Shrill Spectre, Mighty Manitar, the Hammerhead Abomination, Little Pack Rat, Unicornelius, Scary Nilsson, Joseph in his amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, amazing Technicolor Nightmare Coat, I'm getting this one right, Sensational, Helicoptero, Shameface, Iron Anvil, Short Division, Notorious Headface, Bug Samurai, Sri Lankan Devilbird, the unnamed diver villain, I never came up with a name for him. I'm going to call this guy Dirty Old Bird, Otaku Senzuri, Ursat's Destro, the unnamed Mentalist with a purple cape, the unnamed Bald Villain, White Noise, the Ibis Villain, Mechamouth, and Manosaurus. With a special honorable mention for the Doom Factory members, Eenie Meenie, Serpentine, Black Mariah, Frigid, Hard Candy, Gerard the Gorilla, She-Hemoth, Trashenstein the Exquisite Corpse, Billy Mame, and Ultraviolent. Okay, I will post this on the Discord server later for anybody else to peruse. Hopefully this Venture Brothers retrospective of me ranking every single villain gives you an interest in checking out this masterpiece of a series. I sincerely hope so. Oh, God, it's over. It's finally over. Let's go back to my office, shall we? Let's get rid of this reference. Take this poster down. Oh, it's over. Well, that was wonderful, wasn't it, everyone? Thank you so much for joining me in this retrospective in my favorite series of all time and letting me ramble about my favorite villains from, my favorite series and some of its best and worst of best for 4.5 hours. Oh my god. I am... I hopefully kept you on for long enough, so I'm going to do the usual role. As usual, artists are in the description for the artwork you've seen before you and the emotes. Check out the Discord server for any contributions you want to the Villain of the Week. For all that good stuff. I sure yapped about a lot of this. I'm very tired. I'm gonna go and eat food. I'm not gonna send you all off anywhere. I need to lay down. I'll see you all next time on the factory floor. Take care, my minions, henchmen, interns,